Hey guys, just a quick one, okay? I want to make sure you guys can hear me. I know it's only 20 to 9 right now. Just doing a quick sound check. Okay, thank you, Fusebox. Okay, good. Back to mute. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, December the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you. 153. And somebody on YouTube, I know I did a quick sound check earlier. Something weird was happening with my mic, so wanted to make sure everything is good today. So we have good day, good day, Ozzy. Yeah, so the spies had a pop. I guess some CPI numbers came out. Well, I don't guess. I know something happened at 8:30. A lot of numbers came out at 8:30, giving the spy a bit of a not a bit of a pop, a big pop. So let's see if it holds. So there were so many stocks that were gapping up, either AI or crypto stocks. Too many to go over. So I'm just going to go over the ones that I can see here. These are not crypto or AI stocks, but ATHA. This is a bio. Yeah, I guess a lot of you are waiting to see if it can break seven. It had a pop up to seven, almost $8. Pulled back a little bit over the VWAP right now. Had some news. Announces license to develop, commercialize. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. So they have, so I guess they to acquire the rights for the development and commercialization of this drug. Okay, so that is the news for it. Low float, 3 million in the float. Uh, okay, now PAVS just showed up. I know why it's off now. PAVS must be just under $1. It just showed up here. My minimum here is $1. So PAVS, SOC. I couldn't quite the news on this one. Okay, I mean, this is the news. Surges as it confirms pipeline activation. So that's the news for Sable, SOC. Okay, and another one, a ton of room. Not a low float. Not a low float. So PAVS, which you're just telling me is a reverse split. Okay, it popped up. I wonder why it's not showing up now. Oh, there it is. There it is, right here. So that's PAVS. So this is a reverse split. Thank you, Obi. Give me one moment. Where did you put that information, Obi? It seems to have disappeared from me now. Anyway, I'm just looking for the ratio for PAVs, PAVS. We know we had the one yesterday. Now, do they have a press release also? I don't see a press release. That's what it was. One for 100. My goodness. So this was like a 2.5 cent stock. So I wonder if that is correct, the 3.49 million, or has that been adjusted? I guess that's been adjusted. I would hope so. Mull. Now this is if you're looking to now. So Micron had earnings. William, I don't know if you stuck around. He said you might stick around. The earnings release from Micron. Great reaction to earnings. Tremendous. Look at that. That's a over $1 billion in the float, and that is up 14%. That is a big, big move. So you did stick around. I don't know if you were able to partake in it because look at this. So if you are considering that Mo may keep doing something anyway, here is MULL. This is two timer. Not much volume though, only 64,000 shares. So you can see this. This is up, call it 29%. So MU, the stock is up about 14.5%. This is giving you double the move. But remember, if Micron moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. Okay. And here's another. Okay, here's an ETF for BMNR. BMNR is on the move. BMNR is on the move. So BMNR, the stock is up a little over 8%. We're getting double the pretty good volume. Pretty good volume. This just started trading. This is 3 months ago. BMN as the ETF. BMNR, of course, has been trading for quite a while now. You're looking at the stock itself. Certainly, the fall from grace back in July got up to $161 and all the way back down to 23. All right, SOC is still hovering at the 8 mark. So many stocks popping this morning, guys. There's another one just moving now. ISSC. So on a monthly chart, the next high is around 20. So I think it's getting there, of course. So introduces its long-term target of 250 million in revenue. So they're not an earnings. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play, actually. ISSC is an earnings play. You see it right here. So they must have just released the numbers now. CarMax, everybody's favorite. KMX, guys. Earnings play. It's bounced a little bit. Okay, this is an earnings play for CarMax, KMX. What happened to PYX, PYXS? I did see some news. Updated their announced preliminary phase one data. So obviously not good. Market's not reacting well for this one. I was going to ask William about that one. Preliminary data for only from phase one, and market's not treating them well at all. And initially had a nice pop up to 4, but look at this, right back down to 185. Okay, guys, ATHA, challenging 7 right now. ATHA challenging 7. So the high right there is about 715. Takes that out, and the next high is at 784. Hey guys, it's getting close to that level right there. That high right there in the 15-minute chart. That was at 7:30 Eastern time. So both SOC over the whole number of 8, ATHA over the whole number of 7. And let's see what else is happening. eHealth actually had a bit of a pop. eHealth, EHTH. And they updated their FY25 guidance. So that is the reason for the pop in eHealth, EHTH. Boy, RGTI is just ripping here. Keep hearing it over and over again. So the quants, I wonder, okay, are they the quants, maybe the nukes, maybe the AIs, maybe the and crypto? Crypto's up 3,000 approximately. Guys, do you remember that one I had yesterday? It started with a B. I can't remember what it was. It was down to about $5, had a massive drop. It said something like coin, ETH, and crypto and Bitcoin. It was something like, I can't remember what it was. Just looking, I'm wondering if if it's popping today. It started with a B, was down to $5. It had a massive drop. I'd never seen it before. That's what it was. It was a BTF. Look, it might have been that. Yeah, that was the one for sure. See if it has any sort of a pop. Okay, guys, here we go. ETHA, SOC, both on the move now. Well, the top list updates, Tom, in our YouTube room. The top list updates every time it makes it. I'm going to say every 30 seconds. Okay, it's a little bit sooner than that, but it's not the same as a real time alert window. Okay. That's what a top list is supposed to do. Okay, that's what a top list does. But you can see how, if you can see my screen, ATHA was on the move and it was moving still front and center because the last time I looked, it was on 60 odd percent. Thing is, what I would do, I mean, for something like ATHA and maybe the top ones, I would have, I would put them thumbnail charts perhaps, so you can really keep an eye on them. Put price alerts on areas that you might think if it takes it out, the stock takes it out at a certain price, you're going to be interested in it. But no, the top list is not the same as a real time alert window. Just again to just continue. What the top list is really geared to do. Let's just say you wanted to see that. Well, right here, I want to see the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, from yesterday's close. That's what this does. It tells me at a glance what stocks are up the most. Doesn't necessarily mean ATHA is making a new high now, though. It's just telling me that it's up the most from yesterday's close, based on the filters that I've got. LHAI guys, this one got pumped down yesterday. Yeah, it's come right back up. I remember that this got halted a few times, but then to 577. Nice recovery though. And Ken in our main room. All right, guys. So ISSC. Let's see if it's still holding at initial top. Yeah, it is kind of. Got up to what 14.11. Well, maybe not. Dropped to about 60 cents, but again, this is an earnings play today. ISSC. Pretty low float. 16.8 million in the float. Yeah, ATHA maintaining over 7. This is a low float, 3 million in the float. 20 million have traded already. SOC the same. I don't think SOC is not a low float. Yeah, I mean that's a great 54% move on that news with over 100 million in the float. That is a great move. And here's our reverse split of the day. One for 100 reverse split. And let's see the difference between this one and the one that happened yesterday is the one that happened yesterday was the reverse split, but they also pumped out some news on it. So kind of wanted to keep the interest. I don't see any news on this one. They didn't pump out any news. Not that I can see anyway. Now, ATHA is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I did do a quick look, not shortable for me, in case it completely runs out of steam. And let's see, Martin Mull, Mull. Let's see what, again, this is the two-time, the volume is not great, and the spread it's not terrible. I wonder if there's a short for this one. I wonder if there's a short version of this. This, in case Micron MU starts to move down, you would buy it. Micron very strong, almost an all-time high. Old school stuff. And by the way, I see F or VFF here. Boy, these cannabis plays, I mean another look at this another move for the cannabis ETF. This is the this will be the fifth day now. We had 4 great days, and now another move up 7%. So cannabis plays still alive. So how's TSLA doing? So the ETF is moving a little higher than TSLA this morning. How ugly is this one, guys? Maison Solutions. Wow, how ugly is this? So I saw this pop up from one of my other the compare account window. We got over 50 cents, up to 62 cents, and then right back down to 43 cents. 12 million shares have traded. Just, I don't trade stocks under $1, but for those of you who do, just wanted to point that one out. But what a shellacking off that high. Uh, Birkenstock is actually an earnings play. Not good. BIRK. It has rallied a bit from 39.50. Wow, that's actually a big rally. Oh, at 39 and change up to 43. That's a big rally. Still down 7%. That is Birkenstock. There's the 200-day moving average, so it's below it. We got a little bit above it yesterday, but closed below, and now it's certainly below it of that earnings release. Way down here. Looks like there's decent support around, the 42 mark. If you look at the daily chart. So if it does start to fade, I'd be watching that 42 mark. Bunch of daily bars at the lows there. Okay, with the market, so the Qs were down a lot yesterday. The SPY was down, Dow was down. So let me do my little check of some of the ones that were under. I want to just check on energy, XLE. Yeah, so you can see there's the 200-day moving average. So it did move a little bit away from it yesterday. The days before it was like it was going to challenge it. Look at healthcare stocks. Yeah, well above. Materials was always, yeah, actually interesting. Materials a bit above now. We'll take a quick look at the financials, XLF. Yeah, well above. Industrials, XLI. So even consumer staples is trying to get to it, trying to get to the 200-day moving average. It's had a nice rally. Is the bottom back in early November. Nice rally. Consumer staples. And let's see now, XLK. Tech's got hit a bit yesterday. Yeah, so techs have been in a decline. 200-day moving average. I'd have to back this out. Let's take a see if we see it. It's still quite a bit above it. Anyway, some of the major. Now, remember, guys, if you might want to take a look at what time is it now? 9:19. This is maybe what I should do every day. Take a look at the sectors. Okay, I'm going to so click on Doc Channel Bar, click on the Show More, and then click on Sector Status. This is going to show you at a glance right now. Finally, we made the change. Okay, so here are some of the major sectors. Oh, I see what they've done. They've actually added a few. Okay. They don't have them all thumbnailed here, but okay, so silver. You look at silver, guys. So silver, SLV, I like it. I like what they're doing now. So look at silver, obviously very strong still, been on a great run. The problem is we don't see here Geez, I'd like to see a way in which you could just check all the silver stocks that make up SLV here. But anyway, here is XLE, energy. So if you go down to energy, so XLE having a nice, hmm, I don't quite see this now. I wonder if this, I see this. This is stuck at yesterday. Okay, let me, okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Now, so SMH. So here's the semis. So the semis are up. XLK. Why they did it that way? I guess it wasn't really. It wasn't. I don't want to say design, but to use in the free market. But of course you can. You just have to make the change here to the time frame live always. But I have to go through each individual one. Anyway, this is an exercise you might want to go through. This is going to show you the major sectors that are uh, up this morning, and you can check here. So if SMH XLK, I want to look at XLK technology. I'm going to have to get the time frame though. Well, it is live always. Okay. So well, there's MU. Okay, there's MU. Virtually every stock in XLK is up. Let's see what's down. ACN for whatever reason is down. Big down too. 2.5%. It's an earnings play. ACN is an earnings play. I'm going to go over this again, but if you know, for those of you who just want to play the major sectors and the stocks within them, you might want to take a look at this sector status. And that's from the channel bar. Doc channel bar. Doc channel bar. Forget what I said. Okay. Doc channel bar. Doc. Don't check on. Don't go to channel bar. Doc to channel bar. All right, guys. Next step is to get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So as always, going to save my layout. Okay, give me a moment as I just make some adjustments here. All right, so what you're seeing here now, these are the top six from that pre-market actors up that I had in the previous layout. These are the top six now. So we talked about them all, or at least popped them up. ATHA still DJT at the bottom here. There's the double for the ETF, double the move for Micron, MULL. I think I'm hung up, which is okay. I'm hung up 924. Yeah, I think I'm hung up, guys. At the end of the world, I just have to reload. Give me a moment. Sometimes it just takes a. Yeah, I'm hung up. I can't do anything up here. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so I've got to load, but now I have to. What's going to load is my pre-market layout. So okay, so here's my layout, my 9:30 layout. All right. Do I dare click on something? There we go. Okay, so SOC is now starting to fade a little bit down to the 8 level. ATHA still hanging over 7. Pre-market high was up here. Sorry, up here. Actually, it took out the pre-market high, I guess. So no, it didn't. That is not the pre-market high. That's on my 2-minute chart. So I'd have to. There's the pre-market high up here. That blue line, that's my price alert. So if it takes up the pre-market high, I will know about it. That top blue line. CarMax is having a little bounce, guys. KMX. Not a little bounce. That's a big bounce, actually, from the low this morning. It got down to 36 and pretty big bounce through the VWAP now. Through the VWAP for KMX. Purple line on my 2-minute chart. That is the VWAP. So it is now through the VWAP. To me, if I look at a 5-minute chart, it looks like there could be some resistance coming up around the 39 mark. All right, guys, we're getting close. About a minute to the open, to the 9:30 open. Okay, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception on the ATHA, depending on what it does. But typically, I can't remember the last time I took a trade in the first 15. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I know I run the risk of something that's running immediately on me, but I've been burned too many times trying to take trades right off the bat. Yeah, well, so Dinesh is talking about at Thinkorswim for ATHA. Easy to borrow. Yeah, not at Interactive Brokers. I mean, they could try to find stocks or shares, but if I get that message, I just disregard it. I don't even try to attempt it. I believe it's well, we're using 3 million, I believe is the correct float. You're talking about ATHA. Okay, guys. Well, we're open. We're open. We're now using what is, I guess, considered one of the best sources for float, etc. Dilution tracker. So they bought 3 million. in the float for ATHA. Now, if you go to different websites, you might find something different. But for years we were using. We everybody seemed to consider that dilution tracker was the best one. So that is who we switched to. Hanging around, guys. That 750 mark now. No dip yet. Yeah, no dip yet. I mean, it's almost at the pre-market high now. ATHA almost at the pre-market high. All about the float. 3 million in the float. It's only trading 19,000 times normal up to this time of day. Now that number is really skewed at the beginning of the when the market opens. If a stock hardly trades at all, which is in the first well, hardly trades at all. That's why that number is really skewed at the beginning. It'll start to drop because remember it's time of day sensitive, so it's telling you that set. You see how it's already dropping. Well, dropping 15,000 now. Now remember, this is my favorite generator of ideas for me, the gap continuation reversal. If you're new to this, no, there you go, guys. So there's your break of the pre-market for ATHA. So this will start generating alerts no earlier than 9:45. No earlier than 9:45. That is by design. That's what I put the time of day filter in, saying don't give me an alert until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:45, but we will not get one until at least 9:45. Look at CarMax. My goodness, CarMax, tremendous run off the low. Broke through the just mentioned this one. I don't know, 4 minutes ago or so, breaking through the VWAP. And CarMax is an earnings play. AMX SPY. Well, maybe. Well, in the last few days, weeks, it seems, that opening SPY candle has always been down. So maybe, just maybe, we'll have. I'm not. It doesn't have to keep running higher, but just don't give us giant red bars down. I didn't mention this one, but this is also an earnings play, guys. Fuel Cell, FCEL, is an earnings play. HPQ not doing well. Not an earnings play. Well, whatever. I don't know what this is called now. HP Inc. Not. It's not Hewlett Packard, I guess exactly. HPE is the one. But moving down. Wow, look at SOC, guys. Also, really no big dip. SOC, no big dip. That's a big float to be up 60% on that news for SOC. The weekly high, you're getting close. Actually, not close at all. 1026. There's your weekly high looking left, and the daily high looking left is 10. So there's still room for SOC. Not saying it's going to get there, but there's no near term chart resistance. Well, this is getting hit here, guys. UDMY, JP Morgan. What do they say? Cuts target from 7 from 8. Well, it's already way below that now. UDMY. Okay, so we've got some halts here. LHAI. This got halted on the way. Yeah, wow, down now. They got halted many times yesterday, I think, or at least once. Got thumped down. Had a nice rally in the pre-market, but it's completely given it up, and now it's halted on the way down. This is not shortable. This is the big. This is the big red. Not available for short sale at Interactive Brokers. We're not even going to try to find shares for you. That's at Interactive Brokers. Dawn, DAWN. Used to see this a lot, but haven't seen this for a while. But it's moving right now. DAWN. StubHub. I remember this showed up in the Gap scan yesterday. I think I put a price alert for some reason in this level. That was yesterday, though. Yeah, there's not the volume's starting to pick up a little bit. STUB. So SOC has had a pullback, a big pullback, pretty big pullback, up 875 or so, back down to 822. Cannabis plays still alive, ACB and VFF. Take a look at MSOS, the main cannabis ETF. Yeah, so a little pullback here, then the pop. Rivian, I saw Rivian also earlier this morning. Rivian, for some reason, shares traveling higher after Baird upgraded. Neutral to outperform, raised its price target from 14 to 25. And that is Baird, one of the analysts looking at Rivian, RIVN. And it doesn't mean it's going to get to 25, but certainly I don't see any other news. Again, Baird very bullish on this. Baird says buy the stock. It's entering its R2 era. 2026 is the year of the R2. Okay, take your word for it. Boy, look at CarMax. That was a wonderful pop. I didn't take this. I mean, it's actually gone positive. Unbelievable. It's actually gone positive. See what happens here. Another cannabis play, Sundial, SNDL, BFF, cannabis play. I don't think ALM is. Tungsten. Saw this one yesterday. Yeah, it actually had a nice little run. 3 days ago, $7 stock, 840 now. BTHA is still okay. A big eight break now. A big eight break. Yeah, the relative volume is only 4,000 now. It was 17 and 15,000. It's only 4,000 times normal. The volume, look at the volume pop though, right in here. 5 minute. I mean, there's the 2 minute volume bar. It's the biggest one of the day now. All right, let's take a look at SOC, guys, and see what it has it pulled back into some kind of an interesting area. Okay, you can see, well, it got into the VWAP. That was earlier, though. So this is a larger float. Okay, they don't all have to be low floats, of course, but it's a fantastic move with that float. And it did have some news. It did have some news. That was the one from yesterday. That was the reverse splitter from yesterday that went crazy. PYXS, see, but this is what I was trying to say is that the PCSA had the reverse split yesterday, but they also pumped out some news. Okay, and that got the interest, I guess. Whereas the other one, PYXS, today, there's no news on. There's no news that they pumped out. Boy, what a move! What a comeback for CarMax. No, no, Carvana. Just looking at Carvana, just I know it's not exactly the same as CarMax, but looking at Carvana, CVNA, very strong. ATHA continues to hold 8. SOC has had the bounce now, a nice bounce. Looks like it's trying to challenge the high of the day. Waiting for something in here, maybe at 9:45. Not 100% though. Benz is trying to come back a bit. It got absolutely hammered yesterday. It is trying to come back. I think, William, you said that their lockup period was over, and that's why there seemed to be a lot of selling yesterday for men's, MENS. Look at SOC, guys. SOC at the pullback, and now looks like it's at the high of the day now. If you're wondering, I have thumbnail charts on one of my other monitors, so that's how I'm keeping track of the ones I want to keep track of. If you're wondering, well, I don't see it here. Well, it's on one of my thumbnail charts. Of course, I can see it right here, SOC right there. Yeah, this TE has been an active one. T1 Energy, very active stock, developing battery solutions. Okay. Okay, now we've had a bit of a pullback for ATHA. All right, now we're getting some in here. Okay, so I'm not, of course, here's the SOC guys. Now this is going to be extremely active because this is the don't repeat. This is the don't repeat version of this. So what this is telling me, this is the first time of the alert and the price. This is the repeating version. I'm going to go over this in a bit. If you're interested in, Okay, guys, I took a little short on the wolf. Okay, the not wolf, the animal, but wolf, WLF. I don't. It's going to be probably a scalp short because the next low is 1146. Okay, and it showed up here. There's a DJT gap up and go for the whole number. That so it's coming into that high right there. That high right there is 1422, a daily high. That's back in November, early November. As I said, that was a quick scalp short for me in the WLF. I'm wanting to be a little more aggressive today on my in that scan. Well, fuel cells actually, I think somebody said they were going to short, or going to maybe short fuel cell. It's still pretty strong. FCEL, it's still pretty strong. So this has turned out to be KMX is now where are you now? Is now a gap down and reversal play. It's already reversed quite a bit though. Now this is a gap up and reversal play. FLNC. Where's the next low? The next low, 1855. Oh, there's a lot of room underneath. Yeah, SOC for our AI, yes. Okay, definitely kind of interested in this FLNC. Okay, I mean it's up 7%, but it's a gap up and reversal play right now. Okay, and maybe with the market reversing a little bit. Okay, guys. Well, took it. I want to see if this market keeps reversing somewhat. Okay, and that's the FLNC on the short. Just underneath that 20 level. The alert was at man. There's a lot of. This is unusual, guys. I mean, this is the don't repeat version of this. You know, you're seeing there's so many. Okay, just waiting on this FLNC to see if it at least maintains under 20. Okay, guys, HEHA came back down to 8 and now is moving off 8. I'm just trying to be a little more aggressive in my scan here. Couple of topping tails now on the 5 minute chart for ATHA, or three of them now. So this might be it's a bit of a struggle right now. Bit of a struggle, not a huge one, but this is what I'm talking about. You've got these topping tails right there. Try to get above that 837 mark for a bit. I should have held on to my wolf. WLF. I saw something about the EV. Yeah, these. I'm surprised it's up because I thought they were putting restrictions on things like Joby, which is EVT L type stock, vertical takeoff and landing. When I say they, your government, as in the U.S. government, I thought they were. I read something this morning. As Congress moves to tighten aviation safety rules, that's what I read this morning. EVTOL stocks fall as Congress moves to tighten aviation safety rules. Ooh, okay, ATHA guys. As I say, we had three topping tails on the 5 minute chart. So it's a little under 8 now. Doesn't mean it's over, of course. Ooh, up and go. 1470 was the alert. Okay, ISSC. Now that red line, that's referencing some high, at some daily high somewhere. That'll be in this month right here. No, as I say, I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying but it has pulled back underneath 8. What I'd do is put a price alert just a little over 8 and see if it reclaims it. 812. PGY, Pagaya. This is there's the next high looking left, 25. Lots of room. Lots of room. Just way too active. Way too active today. I mean, normally I might get 10 or 15 for the whole day in this, but based on what the market was doing on the gap, um, so it's a little too active. Yeah, I'm going to have to. The Fluence, it's a little bit below where I shorted it, but with the market moving up. Wow, I think this WVE. I think I had a price alert on some kind of a low. Yeah, look at this. This has just been ever since that financing of 19ish. I had the great move for 2 days, announced the financing, and ever since then it's been a struggle. Wow, SOC guys, SOC taking out 9. So Ganks was halted, and halted on the way down. Okay. Hmm. This is the one that I shorted earlier. I just scalped it out, and now it's moving down again. I'm not going to redo it. WULF. WL. I have to actually see if they actually had some news. So they're actually doing some kind of a financing. Okay, that is the reason. So I'm okay, guys. I took myself out of the influence, basically flat. Fluence, Fluence did not have any news. In fact, it had positive news, raising it to 26 to 20 from 20, Goldman Sachs. So definitely a personal decision. Sell with Luis. I don't use it anymore. Go no go. I'm very comfortable just using TradeWave. Okay, I find that it's somewhat similar, and because it's visual. Look at SOC, guys. SOC. It's a $50 a month add-on. It's up to you. I mean, you can try it for a month and see if you like it. I don't use it. I used to use it, but I would not want to use it and TradeWave at the same time. It would be way too not complicated, but too messy. And so if I had to choose for me personally, if I had to choose one, I'd be using TradeWave. And of course, it's not it's free, but it's up to you. I mean, when I had it, I really liked it. I liked the visual presentation of the candles transitioning from different colors. But in the old days, before thermal paste was invented, I my computer was running down way too much. The fan was going crazy. The go was a real challenge. So that's why I got rid of it. And then that's when I started looking at TradeWave, and I thought, man, I really like this. I love the visual presentation of it. Mm. It's not. It's not okay, KJ. It's not looking. It's not seeing a buy or sell flag. If I happen to see, this is how I try to use it. Okay. Wow. ATHA. It's not shortable for me. I think this could be. So let me see SOC as an example. Okay. See if that makes sense. Okay. So if I got into SOC down here, okay, at 824, I'd be I'd be following. It's not a matter of seeing a buy flag. If I click on the alert, okay, and the buy flag was way earlier. That's fine. It's not because I see a buy flag that I take the trade. What happens for me is if I click on an alert and I'm in it, and then I just follow the wave up. That's how I use it. Okay, and so in a case like this, I would follow, and then I would more than likely take some off right here as I saw some candles, penetrating the top of the wave, but not all. What the wave does for me keeps me in the trade a lot longer. That's how I use it. So it's not a matter of seeing buy or sell flags. And that's how I've been using it. Well, it's happened on an alert. Ah, shoot. See, I got knocked out of this thing. See, right there, because it was moving. Because I'm just following the wave. That's all. Okay. If I click on an alert and it happens to be already in the wave, like moving in the direction I want, then I and the reason, I mean, I see this stock obviously because it's meeting my filter requirements. Okay, so that's why it becomes an idea. The bonus is if it's in the wave going in the direction I want it to, and then I just try to hold on as best I can until the color changes. So I will. The reason I got out of the FLNC, I mean, in theory, I should still be in it. I would have taken some off here, okay, because it pierced the top of the wave. In theory, I could still have maintained my position, some of it, but I got influenced by the fact that Goldman Sachs raised the price to 26. Also, had I been in the trade, had I been in the short earlier, at 2032 instead of underneath 20, I may have even on that pop up, I may have held some anyway. But listen, this is just the way I look at it. Okay, there's no video on how to use it, and that the way I'm talking about it. This is just what I've been seeing. The ideal wave, the ideal is when the wave, for me anyway, is when the wave is narrow. Okay, narrow means it, and also the bottom of the bars are still touching the top of the wave, so it's keeping in contact with the wave. It's not running parabolic. Now, if you're in this one early and it goes parabolic for you, great. But when it starts getting parabolic, that's when I start thinking, okay, people are, they're going to see that and maybe start taking some profit. Where it's not, when it's more orderly on the way up, people are more apt to just hold on to their trade, in my opinion. Okay, well, see, Fluence is now pretty choppy, so I'm not unhappy I got out of it. Yeah, the only reason, Miko, I look at analysts on the day is because when you see a stock popping and you're trying to find a reason for it, and you see that some analyst has put a big price target on it. I mean, for the day, doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but for the day, that is probably the reason why the stock is at least moving. That's the only reason. I even mentioned price alert or analysts putting price targets just to see, well, see why is the stock moving? Goldman Sachs put a price target on it. Okay, does it mean it's ever going to hit that price target? Would Don be too parabolic for me? Um, but see, that's a beautiful. That's nice on the wave, though. You can see how it maintained contact and never did a bar break down below. So had I taken this trade at 897, okay, I would still be in basically my entire position following that way. It had no bearing on seeing. I mean, that was at seven in the morning. That little buy flag, no bearing on that. It's just that I know I mentioned this one earlier, but it was too early for me to take it. I don't like taking trades before 9:45. So, but that's how, if had I been in this trade right here, then I'm just holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on. It just gets me less jumpy. haven't thought of him for, so I can't say I miss him because I haven't thought about him. 'Here's another nice one on the wave, okay? I mean, if I'd seen this one, in this area and it made sense for me to take the trade, then I'd still be in this one, okay? You see, I got too influenced, but I mean, the problem with Fluence for me is that I wasn't in. If I had been up, I said before, if I had taken that short, in around the 2024 mark, I could have then held on as it moved back up to 1994. I could have held on to some of my trade, but my short, but I was in around that area. So the minute it started doing that, that's when I got out basically flat. See, for a fairly large cap stock, this has been a little bit choppy though. You can see, you when you start seeing movements like this, and you see the wave acting more like a wave as opposed to a trend, it just gets you a little more jumpy. Me anyway. I'm not seeing a ton of follow through on some of the things I'm looking at. I do see ARBK. Yeah, ARBK, Argo blockchain. Yeah, this is the high of wow. The next high. Is that right? Well, the next high is 669. Okay, on the daily chart. If it does take that out, look out. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 27. Very, very, very low float, 167, 1.67. I'll put a price alert there though. Why not? Never know. 669. So I'm going to try to eyeball it a little bit. So 715. I'll just make the change. Okay, well, guys, it just did now. I I'm not saying it's getting here, but look at the room this has got. This ARBK, very low float, 101 times normal trading. So it looks like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is last time I looked, it was up over 3,000. It's only up 2,500. Well, both my shorts, if I'd held them, would have worked well. The WULF, and now the Fluence. I just didn't hold them. Now, I have to reset that price alert because if it takes that out again, I mean, I think this is what traders, I guess, are looking at. 669. Wow, big miss. Big, 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 big miss. So this one is running. This is an earnings play, guys. ISSD. So the nukes are. I mean, at the beginning of the day, they were all very positive, but the nukes are giving it up also. Bitcoin's giving it up. The crypto. These are all like Hut and Iran and others. Oh boy, this is tempting, this ARBK, just because of the massive gap. I mean, it's up 30%. Look at the pullback though. What's the and the float is one. Yeah. And look at the spread. Spread is not great. 38.55. Going to take that out again. I mean, I think that's what traders are looking at. ATHA is starting to bounce. Yeah, I mean, look at it now. It's okay. Well, it was. It's at 43, 44. But well, that spread won't matter if it moves $2 or $3. Not saying it's going to, but this hurts me. Looking at Fluence now at 1936. All right, ATHA now has bounced off the 7 level. Let's see if it gets back up. I don't know. I don't know what they. I think it was just a general crypto. Like, I mean, it's blockchain, right? I don't know if there's any specific news for it. It's not that long ago. It's only December 12th. I don't know if we have any news on that. Closing of UK restructuring plan. That was on the 16th. Sorry. Um, yeah, court agrees to sanction restructuring plan. So something about a restructuring plan, I guess. Well, and that's why I wait. I mean, look at this. I was set to take a bundle. Seriously, I was set to take maybe a few more shares than I normally would because of that. But I'm certainly glad I held off. It did hit the price alert immediately, or it hit the price alert, but then immediately came down off it. So I'm going to reset my price alert again. There's the dawn. I mean, you're asking me was it too parabolic? Well, you know what? Right there would have been an interesting entry. 1025. Sort of rested a bit, roll back a little bit. All right. Wow. 10:15 already. Normally at 10 o'clock. So give me a moment, guys, as I go over my homepage. I'm on a fast morning. Too much action. The reason I have this scan here is it looks overwhelming here, but on the don't repeat, it usually is not nearly as overwhelming. I'll answer your question, Jeanette. So I put my homepage link in. Now, when you say connect with certain brokers, okay, in terms of placing buy sell orders, yes. So Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and Alpaca, those are the three brokers. Okay. But understand, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. You don't have to use the buy and sell. Okay. We connect using the external linking tool. That's what I do. I don't use this. I don't use this. I just connect using the external linking tool to my Interactive Brokers program. See, I'm connected, okay? And so basically what it means is that when I click on a symbol, so I clicked on RKT, it loads into my order entry in the Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it, okay? So don't think that you can only use brokers that, that you can use the buy and sell, but that's the only way you can use trade ideas, if that makes sense. Okay, does that make sense, Jeanette? You don't have to use the buy and sell, even though it connects to Interactive Brokers or Alpaca, because the external linking tool is great. I don't see a massive advantage using the buy and sell, I'll be honest. And now it may be because I've had Interactive Brokers now for 10 years, and I'm just so used to trading from within it. I have, supreme confidence in it. And okay, so that's the reason I don't use it. And if you have IB as an example, but it's usually just a matter of when you click on tools, external linking, follow the instructions. You see where it says add a link, and then for Interactive Brokers, I take my pointer and I put it right in the order entry box in Interactive Brokers, and then I hit the shift key, and then that selects the window. The only other step I have to do is the rule. I have to go down because there are a lot of rules, some rules for Interactive Brokers. I pick Interactive Brokers Live. You see, there's a drop down. There's a drop down when you can click on it. There's a drop down, and you see the little down arrow. One of the options is Interactive Brokers Live, and so that's what I do. All right, guys. Well, let's go over my homepage and all the information you can find, including some of the scans and races and things like that I am sharing. Okay, so I'm going to click on my homepage link. So at the top here, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. So you can get 15% off, 15% off both the monthly plans. Remember if you take out a monthly subscription, it's good for the first month only, the discount. If you take on an annual plan, it's obviously the 15% is good for the entire year. And it's for both plans, the standard and premium. Okay. All I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. The company tracks the use of these promo codes, and so the more people who use my code, they don't mind making or keeping the two rooms that I'm moderating free. For those of you who are in YouTube right now, there is another room. I call it the trading room. A lot more action in that trading room. There's more traders in there, a lot more interaction amongst traders in the trading room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a little more activity, come into the trading room. It's free also. And before I keep going, just to let you know, everybody know if you're new to all this trading room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that. I open. I try to get the YouTube room open around 8:30. I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. Why so late? Why don't I do it? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so 3:45 a.m. A little too early for me to do that in the trading room. And the reason I can't open YouTube then is because I can't moderate. I have to be able to see what's happening. Here I don't have to worry about it because Obi's there and there's people in there and people who are looking making sure that there's no posts that shouldn't be there. How about that? So now I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. I'll always see you later if there are questions, but even when I do take off, William normally keeps the trading room open after I leave. It's up to him. And I just, again, want to always reiterate, these gentlemen do not have to do what they're doing. And he's just telling me 350, so he's going to keep the room open, this room to 350-ish, okay? So even if I leave around 2 o'clock, the room is still open for almost 2 hours. YouTube, I do have to shut down completely. So let me keep going. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit more, here is the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week, give me one moment here. Okay, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. Excuse me, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? It could be there. Trade of the weeks or the trade of the week designed for longer term holds. You'll get an email and it'll outline, when this a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, completely up to you. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you click on my link, click on the more info, okay, and then scroll down a bit. Getting started with Trade Ideas. This is the first thing you must do. Mandatory you do this. Now, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering what the product, is this something that you might want to try? Start off with that second video and go to the last one. Their videos are very short. There are only 12 of them, okay? And that should, if you don't have trade ideas, that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to at least try this for a month. Try this for a month. You don't like it, just, tell us. You're not in any long-term contract. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay, another free series of videos, free, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Okay, and if you're looking for my scans or the information, they're not all scans, but scroll down, middle section, and here they are. So again, they're not all scans. These are scans. This multi-strategy window, the gap continuation reversal, this is a scan, okay? I know this says open scan, but these are two races. This is a race, large cap gainers from the start of the race. And then this race here, it's a variation of this with nothing to do with market cap or float. So you're going to get a lot more volatility in this race. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. It's a scan. It's a real-time alerting scan. Basically, it takes two different scans and runs them off against each other. Okay, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Anything red? Yeah, these are all real-time alerts. Okay, so there's broken stock again, making a new low at the time right there. This is what I use in the pre-market, guys. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And I do have a couple, and here's the halt resumes down here. I do have a couple of other scans that I do not have up and running, but you can take a look at them. The momentum epic combo scan. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running. Why? I'm really trying to cut down on what I have up and running. And right now I'm satisfied with this and these two, giving me enough ideas for the day. The challenge with trade ideas can be this. You can create a lot of different types of scans, giving you, all sorts of different alerts. The problem is you could get overwhelmed. You're clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. That's how I feel a little bit about the gap continuation or reversal scan right now. It's not so much this, but this is probably one of the most active days I've ever seen for this. This is the don't repeat version. Okay. What do I mean by that? And if you want this, just let me know. I can show you how you can set it up. You can see UPST as an example is repeating every time it makes a new high here. But there was the first alert at 9:57, 47.95. You will not see UPST again in this window unless it triggers another one of the strategies. So what do I mean by that? So this is a multi-strategy window. That's why it says M in the upper left-hand corner. This is an alert window. That's why it says an A in the upper corner. Okay. So a multi-strategy window, and if you only have one monitor, obviously screen space is a premium for you. So if you have several alert windows and they're taking up space, you can take them and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. So they're all in one window instead of having an alert window here, one here, one here, one here. Now remember, don't have so many because you'll never get anything done. If you're constantly getting alerts left and right and clicking on them, you'll never get anything done. So in this scan, it's called the gap continuation or reversal. I right click on it. These are the 4 scans that I got in here. Now I don't have a problem with screen space. I've got 3 big monitors. But what I do like to do sometimes is take similar scans, and these are all gap scans, and put them into a multi-strategy. Okay. So one of them, a gap up and go, and you can see how they're all color coordinated. So a gap up and go meant that the stock gapped up. Now there are filters in place, for the gap. It has to be a certain amount, has to be a certain dollar amount, has to be a certain percentage. Remember what the gap is. That's the first print of the day, first trade of the day at 9:30, not counting the pre-market, of course. So the gap up and go at the time of the alert, the stock had gapped up and made a new high. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going. That's at the time of the alert. That's what happened. Gap down and reverse. The stock gap down, and then it started to reverse. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to continue in the direction at all. I mean, at the time of the alert, it may just stop right there, but it's at least telling you the stock is gapped down and it's starting to reverse. A gap up and reverse, the same thing. It gapped up and started to reverse. And the gap down and go, that can be really, especially if the stock is an earnings play or has had some really bad news. Stock gapped down and it kept moving down. Okay. Now, you don't have to have them all checked. Notice there are check marks behind. Maybe you just want to play reversals. That's all you want. You don't want to see the other two. So you just uncheck. So now you only see reversals. Maybe you only want to, in theory, go long. So these are the 2, gap up and go and gap down and reverse. These are a couple of long ideas. These are 2 short ideas. However, I would say this, the gap up and reverse. So remember, it gapped up and reverse. It doesn't mean it can't reverse again on the way up. So that's why I like to see the stocks all the time. Okay, because sometimes they set up a gap down and go. Could maybe find a bottom and then start to reverse. So if you have any questions, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have any questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I was looking at that rocket short, RKT, but you're going to start playing these gap up, and then reversals. But they'll work a lot better if the market is on your side. Okay, unless it has some specific news. So when I look at Rocket RKT, see this is what I mean. You can see the same stock in here twice if it alerts in another one of the strategies or the scans. So you can see initially RKT was a gap up and go, but then it turned into a gap up and reverse. That's the only time you'll see the symbol twice, if it shows up in another one of the scans. So the question from our YouTube room. So how to create this? I'm going to show you how you can create it. This is the don't repeat. That's why I call it DR. Okay, that I just you can call it whatever you want, but DR tells me it's a don't repeat version of this. So let me show you how you can do it and how you can do it with any. I do it with when I used to have a lot more alert windows open. That's what I would do with my alert windows because the nice thing about it, again, this is way too active today. But what happens is you can go back in time. You can say, okay, I had a gap up and go for SOC. The alert was at 9:45. The price was 874. What has it done since then? Well, obviously, it was a little choppy. But obviously, a great move from 874 at 918 now, as an example. You can kind of go back in time. There's just way too many alerts. Usually, I would say over the course of the day, 15 would be a lot over the course of the day. But I can't. The only way I could control it would be to up the filter values. But I don't know on any given day if that's what I have to do. So anyway, how to create this though? The don't repeat version. So assuming you still want this though, this kind of nags at you. What? Ooh, it's PYXS. This is the reverse split today, guys. So this kind of nags at you, okay? Don't forget about me. Serve, 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 serve. Don't forget about me. So assuming you still want this, so you'll right click on it and duplicate it. Okay, duplicate the window. Hmm. Am I going to do this wrong, Pepe? Because of course, what I've got here, this allows the stock to show up in the different scans. Well, let's just take it this way, okay? So you duplicate the window, assuming you still want it, and then you right click and you go to properties and you see where it says don't repeat and click on the don't repeat. So you have your choices. Don't repeat. So if you don't want to see it every single minute, every second that it makes a new high, you can. These are all real time. Even though you just say, okay, if it makes a new high a minute later, show it 5 minutes. But what I've done is I've selected for a day. I only want to see the symbol the first time, and then I say okay, okay, and then the other thing I do, go back down to the properties, and then the window name, and I just added DR to it. Okay, so I know it's a don't repeat version. Okay, so the question is again, you're new to Trade Ideas. Okay, well, first of all, welcome to Trade Ideas. Okay, this is how I would use the AI, Holly AI. Okay, now when you say how to use it, it's not a matter of I'm not going to tell you, well, you get this alert, you take the trade now, or that has to be up to you. You have to have some trading experience. But this is what I would do. In my opinion, this is the only window you need. Look, there are only 3 alerts today. Okay, in my opinion, that's the only window you need. So if you click on New from the toolbar, okay, click on New from the toolbar, and then something is happening. Okay, it is reverting back to the old version, even though I loaded it. Okay. Anyway, if you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Click on that. Okay, and this is the window that you're going to see now. When you click on it, more than likely profitable trades will be checked. Uncheck that and put it on. Uncheck that so you see all the trades all day long. Okay, that's what I would do because the other thing I would do is add the reentry time and reentry price, and if you want to add the new stop also, because this is what happens. Now I'll show you how you do that. In the body of this, right click and go down to columns, and then you can scroll down this off alphabetical order. And then if you left click on that reentry price as an example, so you left click on it, so it's highlighted, and then left arrow it over, so it shows up in this column. And you can do the same for the three of them if you want. I would put the time for sure. You can put a new stop if you want. So now you have these columns here, okay? Just give me one moment. So you have these columns here because look what happens. If you had taken fuel cell at 942, you would have been okay because it did get up to 1087. But look what happened. It pulled all the way back and hit the stop. 1012 was the stop. So I'm saying you've got to have some trading experience. You would never let that happen. Hopefully you would trade out of it somewhat. Okay, you're not going to let something goes from 1043 up to 1080 and get stopped out. But look what happens. You also get a re-entry. So if you missed it the first time, maybe you didn't like it, or maybe you looked at it, I don't really like it. I don't like the way it's setting up. Just because it's coming from our AI doesn't mean it's infallible. One moment. So look what happens. So you'll get a re-entry price, and what that re-entry price is halfway between the original entry and the exit or exit price. Okay, which is the stop. So halfway between 1043 and 1012 is 1027. So you can put a sound alert on this. All you do is you right click on the actions. All this is in the guide, by the way, okay? And then you click on play sound. You set up the sound. Now you can go text to speech if you want. You're going to have it being read out by a female voice or a male voice, or you can click on the use custom sound. When you do that, I'm going to show you. This is all in the guide, okay? I don't expect you to remember everything I'm saying. So you select the sound, and we have 3 folders here. And each folder has a series of alerts, sound alerts. You can highlight a heart monitor or hallelujah. Highlight it, left click on it, you can open it, you can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then the sound gets attached to the window. Okay, and that's for alert windows, that's for multi-strategy windows, it's not just for the AI. Now, let me just show you though, because this is all in the guide. The other thing I hope before you do anything, if you're just brand new to all this, and I'm talking to, Havendra, and maybe I use your last name if that's correct, in our YouTube room. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay. So I wouldn't go to the Holly channel, okay? It's too overwhelming, in my opinion. In my opinion, this is all you want to see. Just see the alert. This is how simple is this, okay? Here are the 3. There's only been 3 alerts today. Instead of going to the channel and you're seeing so much information coming at you, these are the alerts for today. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying I just would never go to the channel, especially if you're new. It's just overwhelming. Okay, talking to Avendra in the YouTube room. Okay, just make it simple. Okay. Now the other thing I just want to point out is I hope that if you haven't done the videos, okay. You click on my homepage link, go to the education section. I mean, if you haven't done this, this is the first thing you have to do to getting started. Okay. Never mind the AI and all, but alerts. I mean, there's 12 short videos if you haven't done that. The other thing is that at the top here, also, here's our user guide. Okay, here's the user guide. And, some of the things I went over, sound alerts. Okay, sound alerts is right here. So it's a great reference to use, to take a look at the user guide. Most of the major things have a section. Okay. So, well, I'm not talking to you. Well, I can talk to anybody who's listening, of course, but you were asking, so Afizi in the main room, you're asking about how to set up Holly selections. Well, you have our premium service. Okay, well, then how to set them up? I mean, you do this. Click on new, and then the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, and that's what you'll see. Make sure you uncheck. Don't have profit, because the problem is that you'll get a if you keep it with profitable, you're going to miss the reentry, because the reentry is of course underneath the entry, the original entry price, the reentry by definition. So it would look like it's a non-profit. So you'll miss this. Okay, so just uncheck it. I wish the company would. So I don't know if the default is still to have profitable trades checked. If it is, I just think it's crazy to do that. And then make sure you add the columns. So make sure you add the columns, these reentry columns. Just right click in the body and click on columns. And then I don't know. I mean, I've asked them to make sure that should be the default, that these are already there. Whew. Okay, guys, it's 10:44. It's fast. So today, being Thursday, it should be, but I'll do a check. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so typically it will be Steve Gomez. But I'm going to ping him and see if. Yeah, when was this? 881 was the alert for this one. So see, he hasn't really run that much from the alert. But would I take this trade? No, because when I look left, even if I'd seen it at 881, is what I'm talking about. We had the alert at 881 at 10:28 Eastern time. Hasn't run that much from it, but I wouldn't have taken the trade there anyway, because when I look left and that red line, that's the next high on the daily chart. and that's too close for me. I want to see a lot more room for a stock to move. This is the strangest thing, Pepe. I have downloaded the dev version, and I saw it, but when I had to exit trade ideas because of the freeze up, it reverted to just the normal version, the production version. It's obviously got something to do with that stupid Windows reset. How is that possible? Exactly. I have no idea, but look, help about, 5.6.104. Well, I can tell because I still have the FX there. But I noticed that the other day I had downloaded the development version. It was, but then I shut down Trade Ideas overnight, reloaded it, and it went back to the other version. Ah, that's a good. I never had to though. Never had to uninstall. But that isn't. That's yeah. I wonder. But it's interesting, yeah, because I loaded from my from the taskbar wherever it is right there. But I don't know. Hmm. Maybe when I'll do it again, and maybe in the taskbar, maybe I'll have to click if I see it down in the taskbar, and then make sure I get that pinned. I don't see two versions pinned. Anyway, it's not the end of the world, but it's crazy that never happened before. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:49. Oh man, did I ever miss the boat on this one? Did I? Is this I can't remember anymore. Is this the reverse splitter, the one for 100 halves? Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye where that shortcut. Yeah, I'll have to. Oh wow, I really missed the boat on it. Then I was wondering if it would have the bounce, and yeah, this is the reverse splitter PAVS. I thought it showed up here. I guess it didn't. Yeah, I'm just missing the boat on some of these guys. Unfortunately, I've it's too much coming at me right now. EBVT would have been a nice one. 2124 was the alert. Follow this. 2148 now. Certainly plenty of room. I mean, that's right up exactly what I like. You look at the high yesterday. I was 2621. Obviously, a ton of room. Still down for the day, but it's a gap down and reversal play. And reversal plays like that will work nicely when the market's doing this. They're not all going to do this, but certainly it can't hurt for the market to be doing what it's doing if you're trying to play a gap down and reversal. Not as easy today as playing the gap up and reverse because the market is so strong. Okay, guys. Any questions? Time is it now? 10:53. All right. So I just confirmed. So Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern time. So Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. He's way more of a swing trader than I am. So if you guys are interested in swing trading ideas, not just ideas, specific stocks, but just, the nature of swing trading, I'm not a swing trader at all. Yeah, I see MGRT. It's still negative for the day, but it is it's trying to put a bounce in MGRT. Yeah, it's down 31%. And one of these China stocks got crazy one yesterday, got up to $14. Actually closed fairly nicely. I'm sorry, that's the day before. That was the no, I'm right. But it really collapsed from that close, got all the way back down to 489, doubled from the bottom. Very active. Yeah, Steve talks way more about the like market mechanics than I do. So again, guys, if you have the AI, look at that reentry price for fuel cell. It's at 1074 now. That you had a reentry at 1027. You could have made money, if you had taken it immediately. But there is a lot of people who use this just wait for a reentry. Now that you don't notice there are no reentries on the other two. That's because those stocks did not hit the stop and then come halfway between the original entry and the stop price. So some days it's possible you'll not get any, but if you just wait for reentries, it's not a bad idea. Just wait for reentries. Now, you would have missed out on the SOC that, basically kind of ran immediately. But just think of it this way, sometimes the AI is a little bit early in the alert. It pulls back to a certain level and then it starts to go. And that's kind of what the reentry is all about. Earnings play, guys. MLKN. This looks pretty darn strong. MLKN earnings play. This is a. I wonder their chairs. So it's through the 200-day moving average. And where could it keep going? The next high is 2031. There's a lot of room on the weekly chart for this. Little bit of a pullback, and then the wave is still strong. Remember, the wave is part of the standard service. You want to have the wave on your charts to kind of help you guide. Not necessarily. It's not. I to reiterate, it's not about for me anyway. It's not a matter of seeing a buy or a sell flag. All it means is if I click on Milton right here at the price at 1783. I mean, the buy flag was down here at 1719. But if I'd clicked on it earlier and I'd seen this, I thought, you know what? I like it. It's moving away from the VWAP. So you take the trade and follow the wave up. Absolutely take some profit here as it pierced the bottom of the wave, because you never know. That could be a signal that the wave is going to turn orange. But so take some profit and then hold on, and then you're still in the wave. You're still riding that wave. So it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. It's using the wave to try to help you keep in trades a lot longer. That's how I use it. Big miss. But here's a great example. Okay, so you see when you see this, when you see the bar and it's not touching. So if you'd taken DBVT, now this is a relatively low float, 33 million, and you'd maybe taken it here somehow. You'd seen the alert, not this the buy flag, but you'd had an alert from one of your scans, and you said, "Yeah, I like it. You take it, take it, take it, take it, take it." The minute you see this, though, you've got to take some profit. Okay, in my opinion, you've got to take some profit because it pierced the bottom of the wave, but you don't have to get out of everything, especially if you're down here. You can hold on because if you're down here around 2084 and this is at 2135, you can still hold on to some of your position, and then now that is gone parabolic. That's what I mean. The minute you see this, you can rest assured that there are going to be some out there. They're going to say, you know what, I'm going to take some profit on this. So just put a stamp on it. I get the question all the time. How do I know when to get out of a trade or take some profit? Try the wave. Okay, just try it visually. Okay, I'm not saying it's not the be all and the end all, but just try it and see if it works for you. Keeping in trades, taking out little areas of when it gets down below the wave, or maybe even into intersecting the top. Depending on where you get into the trade, where you're in the trade, I would just try it. It's almost like I get salted. All right, guys, 11:02 Eastern time now, so I have about an hour before my break. So if you're wondering about this scroll here, sort of the the old way of looking at, it's a ticker, and basically it's taking two competing scans, one movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. So just to show you what it looks like, this is what we call a compare count window. So if I click on the configure and the summary. So what if it's green, it meant that the stocks are meeting these filter requirements. So in this case, the stock has to be between $2 and $50. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Minimum 300,000 shares, etc. Notice this: the price is up 2% from the previous close, and I'm looking for new highs of the day. Okay, new high of the day as the trigger, and it's competing against kind of the reverse of this scan, looking for new lows of the day and down at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, if I look at the red data, see what I mean? It's now looking for new lows and down 2% from yesterday's close. So it's taking two scans with virtually the same filters, and it flips whatever filter it can. So in other words, you can flip the price up 2%, or make it down 2%, and of course the real time alert set of new low, new high, a new low. So it's basically running them off against each other and getting a ticker. Just a different way of I could take those two scans. I could take these two scans and just have two alert windows side by side, okay, and it would give me virtually the same results. This is just another way of presenting the data. Also, it's showing you 88% of what's come through here have been green versus only 12% red. So now let's take a look at our I'm going to go to dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. Click on new from the toolbar, dock channel bar, and I'm going to scroll. Well, I'm not going to scroll down. I'm going to hit the show more, and I'm going to scroll down until I see sector status. Sector status. And we'll only do this if you click on docked channel bar. So they have made a big change. Why? Okay, they made a change, but I don't know why they've got historical data is the default. Just make sure that that is not the default for every one of these. Give me a moment, okay? I have to point this out to the guys. Just give me a moment. You give me a moment, guys. I just want to get this live always. Okay, so what you're seeing here, now they've added a bunch of sectors. Okay, now they don't have all the sectors here, but what you can see, I got to make sure time frame is live always. Okay, so what you're seeing here, SMH. This is the sector that has moved the most today. SMH up 3%, XHB up 2.3%, etc. So 77% of these ones in here are red, are green. Okay, now green could mean that the sector is up 0.00001%, above yesterday's close. So it doesn't mean they're all ripping. 22% are low or below. So let's go down to the bottom, and you can see that silver actually a little bit of a pullback, just a little bit of a pullback. It's down 1.1%. Okay. XLE down, I mean, it's basically flat down. But what you can do now, now I know they probably don't want to jumble this up too much, but it'd be nice if you could click on silver and have it down here so you could see the stocks that are making up SLV, see what the strong one is. So let me just show you what I mean. So XHB, okay, home builders, that's not here. XLK, okay, financials, okay. So if you click on XLK, I'm sorry, technology. So you go down to technology, and you can see right there. I mean, Micron has given the sector the big boost. Obviously, it's up 11.2%. But look at the rest of them: WDC 6.6%, etc. SPX 5%. But what I would do, so that 88% means that the stocks in this list, 88% of them are green. But look, there's 12% are red. Let's go down to the bottom and take a look at now. Now is the worst performing one in that sector, a sector that's very strong. Now is, for whatever reason, down 2%. So you can kind of go through this and say, okay, what's the best stock in the sector? What's the worst stock? Especially when you see a sector that is very positive, and you would think that most sectors are going to be very positive because the SPY is up so much. Move this down a bit. The SPY is up, almost 9 points. So most of the stock. But take a look at XLB materials. Here's the top one, CE. But let's go down to the bottom and take a look at LYB. It's down 1.4%. Why? And you look at it and say, okay, this is running counter to the sector. I guess what I'm trying to say, it's running counter to the sector. Strong sector. This is weak in a very strong sector. So it's another way, to look at the market if you want, especially if you'd rather see larger cap stocks as opposed to these, the crazy ones that most of these scans are looking at. Completely up to you. Look at energy. 85% are down, but here's WMB for whatever reason is up. Let's take a look at the worst one. It's MPC. It's down 2.3%. So energy stocks, it's the weakest sector. You can just look here. I mean, look at the red. Again, that is from, click on new, and then click on dock to channel bar. Docked, not channel bar, docked channel bar. And these are all theme-based channels. And then down to the sector status. I'm sorry, right here, sector status, right there. So it depends what you mean. I mean, you're talking about a pattern, okay? So depends what you mean by a bullish. I don't have anything I don't have anything that says, okay, this is a bullish candlestick pattern set up. But you're talking about if you click on search, and I think we have candle patterns. Okay. I've never done this. Okay. So these are the candle patterns. If you see anything in here that you think is bullish, well, you can try this. Oh, the preset. Okay. Those are the preset you're talking about. Bullish candlestick patterns. Okay. Well, you can always make the change. I've never used this, so I can't. But this is what it's looking for. So so it's looking to just something that's positive, up at least 5 cents. Spread is less than 10 cents. I've never used the volatility. So the consecutive down candles, interesting. That would be consecutive down greater than three. So I can't tell you. I really can't tell you if it's, I've never used this. So if I load the settings, so those are the, so this is a piercing. So this is what it's. I mean, I can't tell you. You're looking at that preset. I don't know what it's giving you exactly. So when I look at this, NESR, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And so if you're looking at it, I mean, for what, this was done probably back in 2003 or four. They put a bunch of these scans in there to get people started, but I've never used any one of them. But looking at it, I mean, so I mean, and look, I mean, they've got so many different alerts, real-time alerts, all these hammers and bullish engulfing and et cetera, et cetera. Okay. I've never, so I don't know. No, you're not missing anything. It's, well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. There are some who might have taken that scan and customized it to their style of trading, or it's possible. Yeah, you know what? I mean, if you're going to hang around for another 45 minutes, you might ask Steve, in our YouTube room. Maybe he has an idea. He'll be there in about 45 minutes. I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break. But, I those are day trading patterns though. So because they're all real time alerts, day trading. So he's not a day trader. So I'm not sure you can lend any special insight, but you never know. I have probably only used. I mean, when you look at all of the whoops, what happened here. Oh, I must have accidentally deleted my alert scan. That's my halts. Sorry, my halts resumed. Now, this is a good, see what happens here. If you load one of my scans right now, you're not going to get everything that happened, from 9:30 on. Okay. You know what? I wonder if I accidentally just, no, I accidentally deleted it. Well, the great reason why you save everything to the cloud, guys, okay? And anything you create, if you've taken one of my scans, make sure you right click, save or share to cloud. Save. Put it in the cloud so it'll always be there. If I accidentally click the X, okay, it's still there. But what I was going to say, using this as an example, if I right click configure and then do a search, look how many, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got, starting off with the new high and the new low of the day. Go all the way to look at them all, okay? And here are all the filters that we've got. And I used to go over this a little bit but I think people found it too overwhelming, especially if you're new. Even though I would say over and over and over again that you don't have to learn them all, okay? But a lot of people look at this and say, oh my gosh, way too complicated a program. I have probably only used maybe 2%, if that, of all these different alerts, real-time alerts and the filters. Because I don't need the majority of them. Now, the reason why there's so many is because, somebody might be looking, oh, but I love the 75% pullback to the lows, or from the lows to close. Okay, I love that one. Great, that's why it's there for you. I don't even know, but I've never used it. And why? Because I don't need it for my trading style. Doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean the ones I don't use doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. So Sedge is a gap up and reverse. Let's take a look at Sedge and see what's happened. Now that's not the time of the first alert, SEDG. This looks like it actually would have continued down. Solar play. So the first alert happened at 9:46. So I start getting alerts in here about no earlier than 9:45 at 29.87. So yeah, but pretty choppy. A little bit hard to keep in the trade, even though the wave was still orange all the way, but a little bit hard to keep in the trade. So you're saying ACB made a new high. How's the cannabis sector doing? Bit of a pullback from 725. This is the cannabis ETF. So let's take a look at ATHA, okay, and what it's doing. So it is basing, just underneath the VWAP, okay? You see that purple line, that's the VWAP. So it's underneath, just basing under the VWAP a little bit. So what I would do, maybe, the VWAP is at 736, maybe put a price alert around the 745 mark, number one, just to see if it takes it out. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade there, but at least I want to see if it at least gets above the VWAP, okay? Because this is one of those type of stocks that later on in the day, we get some enthusiasm back. Enthusiasm meaning volume. Look how the volume has dried up. I mean, there's still good volume, but these volume bars in relation to the previous ones, you can just see at the very beginning of the day, it was crazy. Remember the relative volume at one point was 17,000 times normal. Now it's only 881 times normal. Remember this relative volume filter, which is probably one of the most powerful filters that we have, to identify abnormal activity for stocks. And that's, if you're day trading, that's what you want to see. You want to see stocks trading abnormally. And it's time of day sensitive. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. I just had to talk to somebody at Trade Ideas. Well, it depends where you're looking at, of course, Rick. But yeah, look at the market now. It's just at least it's held its gains. Okay, so far, way above the VWAP, holding the wave, has not pierced that wave on the 5 minute anyway. But yeah, kind of in a fairly tight range now. The SPY is anyway. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, this ATHA. I mean, it's starting to drift down again. Kind of hoping it would maintain, around the 730 mark. So FJet, wow. So FJet, obviously, this is a new today. Opens at 10. Wow, priced at 359. I'm sure will be probably so FJet. So it was priced at 359 a share. Opened at 10. How many shares? I don't know how many shares were in here, but so this is an IPO today. Obviously, so far, if it's priced at 359, is a kind of a crazy price, but way above it. Yeah, the Flyers are SOC now giving up 9, ATHA giving up 7. And there you look at that. There's the ATHA. Not shortable for me though. So that's a big draw. You know, I often wonder, are they doing a financing? No, not yet. Anyway, that's a pretty big drop. That's a pretty big candle down now, or bar down. Well, again, on a day like today, try to resist the urge to trade just because you're bored. So take something you wouldn't normally do just because you're bored. So your system says ATHA bounces here, William. Okay. Well, 678 depends on the size of the bounce, I guess. So here's maybe an interesting one. First of all, where is the VWAP? 4313. So that's far enough away. Okay. Look how it's trying to curl here. A little bit of a curl here for Birkenstock. Birkenstock. Okay. So yeah, it's an earnings play. It's been riding the wave down, but now it's trying to curl perhaps. Maybe found a bit of a base. Maybe the VWAP acts as a bit of a magnet. Okay, so this one just showed up on our AI guys. However, look at this CVBF. Okay, just showed up. You shouldn't take the trade yet because look at the 200-day moving average. Maybe that's going to act as support. Maybe, in my opinion, anyway. There's that 200-day that could act as support. Spread is good too. Yeah, 1922, 23. Can't get better than that. Okay, a penny spread right now anyway. Interesting. Don't know this at all. Maintain coverage. Let's see, Davison. Maintaining coverage with a target of 21. Well, you're underneath that now. Oh man. So this is the one that William would never touch. Okay, PYXS. Look at that coming right into the 200-day moving average. Knocked horribly down because of their data. It's the phase one or something, I think. After the company announced, yeah. So far, this CVBF is holding over the 200-day moving average so far. Yeah, so SOC is really dropping now too. Now, will the VWAP hold it? VWAP's around 870. Will that hold it? Will that act as support? The purple line you see in the chart. So FJet resumed and popped up. Wow. What was that big IPO yesterday, guys? That the one with all the big guys were in it. Remember what the name of it was? Did very well. Yes. MDLN. Yes. Let's see what it's doing today. Medallion or Medline, right? See what it's doing today. Wow, still good. I mean, the high yesterday was 41, almost got there. So still, I mean, it's down a little bit, but it's holding. It's holding. Oh, right. You know, I have tried to exhibit a lot of patience on this Milken guys, MLKN. This was I talked about this a little while ago. It's nothing, not going to make us rich, but I mentioned this as an earnings play. I'm just hoping maybe it can get closer to 19. See how the wave did pierce right there. Well, so far your indicator, I don't know if you took it to William, but yeah, so far that indicator, whatever it is, I know you're using Bollinger Bands and all, but I think for the ATHA, I don't know if you took it, but yeah, very nice bounce so far. All right. Well, okay. Why not put a price alert right at 19 and see if I can induce it upwards for the MLKN? Market is still very strong. Well, what does your crystal ball tell you on the SOC? This is underneath the VWAP now, but it's underneath the VWAP. The other one was not underneath. I don't think it was. Well, it might have been under, but way under. Yeah, so it was way under. So it had room to move into the VWAP. The other one is just breaking down now. SOC breaking down underneath the VWAP. No, there's the VWAP, 868. Yeah, I mean, as pointed out, the ATHA was well under it, but far enough away that if it stalled it, it was far enough away. This is well, I'll tell you what, put a price alert around 872. That'll be a little bit above the VWAP. If you're wondering where I saw MLKN, it's I do have two little earnings plays, okay, charts or top lists. So there. That's where I saw it, the MLKN, and it was at that time it was at the high of the day. You know, on a boring, well, I wouldn't call this boring, but I mean, on a day in which things have definitely sort of dried up for me, I start looking at larger cap stocks. This is not really a large cap stock, 68 million in the float. It's not really that large. It's not that large a cap. Wow. So this FJet got halted at just over $10. Not a huge amount of volume, only 700,000 shares. It's an Amex stock. Don't see too many of those. Okay, let's take a look at the. So FJet is not even showing up here. I don't think I can't see it. These are the my IPO calendar. So, you guys, so I don't know if it's because it's an Amex IPO. I really don't know. It's not showing up here. These are all the recent IPOs. These are the upcoming ones. I can't see it here. It's not here. So I don't know what the structure is at all. All right, guys. Wow, 11:45. It's actually been a very fast morning for me. The first hour and a half went by was a blur. All right, I'm going to see if I am going crazy. New dock channel bar. Yes. Ah, look, okay, FJet guys. Anybody know what the structure of this is and like why it's not showing up as an IPO on my IPO calendar? I don't know if it's just because it's an Amex stock. Maybe the Amex stocks don't show up in that IPO calendar. Okay, guys, 11:48. Another 10 minutes for me, and then I'm out of here for an hour or so. Steve will take over for me. Before I go, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want. Again, way well, it doesn't take much, but he's a swing trader. And he talks way more than I, because I don't talk at all really, but way more about the market in general, like the overall market in general. Ugh, what the heck is this one? Riot. No, not Riot, but RYET. Um, on a weekly chart, well, there's some probably 158, 178. So it's not as attractive. Look at that monthly chart. I can't remember. I think this might have been one of those China stocks that on that day, whatever day that was in that month, it just dropped. We've seen some stocks like that out of China. They're ticking along on a daily chart. You think everything is fine, 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 and then in the middle of the day, all of a sudden, a massive drop. HTFL, for some reason, it is popping up here, 13%. Heartflow Director. This was after hours yesterday. Bought 40. Wow, a million, over $1 million of stock. He's a director, a Jeffrey C. Lightcap. Well, that's putting your money where your mouth is, right? And in case anybody's watching this, wondering where am I getting this? This is my Interactive Brokers headline news. Okay, that's what I use for my headline news. I know we're trying to improve our news, but that actually was there. You could see that trading after insider buy. So you could have seen that there. In fact, you could see it. Yeah, you could. So I know they're trying to improve our news. I don't know if I have to give it a little more time. I'll probably always use my Interactive Brokers though. I mean, it's just simple to. I can just have it on my other screen. Just click on the alert quickly. Now you can do things like have the news up and running all the time. I just want to see what it actually says. Yeah, so that was it. Okay. Get too many ads though, but you can see the news right here. That's on clicking on here. All right, guys. Well, I escaped the milking. Okay, made a little bit of money on it. I was really hoping it would take out 19. It got almost right to 18.99. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do this afternoon. Definitely for me, it's been a bit of a blah day. Thoughts on Orgo? I haven't seen it at all, so let's take a look at it. Orgo, ORGO. Now, one reason I haven't seen it is because the relative volume is very low, only half normal. So that's one reason why I haven't seen it. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it's not going to show up. It's not going to show up in any one of my scans. Okay, that's why the overall volume isn't tremendous. The relative volume is not great, but doesn't mean it's untradeable. But it's just. But what do I think about it? I just usually shy. Well, depends where you got it. If you took the trade, are you talking about right now about liking it? It's run away. We're talking about like right now. If you took it earlier, yeah, I mean the wave is great. But it's for me anyway. I mean, you'd had to be in a lot earlier. Maybe the break of the VWAP if you'd seen it. So are you talking about on like not liking it now to take it now? No, I mean because for me anyway, it's run away. Now, in the next moment, it could pop a dollar. Oh, there's no question, especially on a 5 minute. Not as much on the two, but they had a little downturn here. But it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. But on the 5 minute, very nice, very nice. So if you had taken it as 9:45, I'd have to back it out. Let's take a look at 9:45 for right here. Yeah, I mean, nice, nice, nice. Little flat. I probably would have taken some off here and then ride it, ride it. I wish I could join you, Monica, and take off. Oh, 11:57. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement up here on a break. Back around 1 p.m. Probably a little earlier. Steve has to usually leave 5 to the hour on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I'll probably be a little earlier. And I'll put the YouTube link in. Well, Steve is not there quite yet, but I'm sure he's going to show up any moment now. So when things do get a little stagnant, I mean, this will be very active all day. Okay, this is again comparing upside versus downside movers. This will be active all day. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'm going to take off for an hour, just for an hour. ABM. Now, did I hear something, Steve? No.
Yep. It's getting all set up.
Yep. Okay. So, okay, guys, in the main room, Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room now. So I'm going to mute myself in the main room. See you guys in about an hour. And now, for those of you who are on YouTube, I just want to welcome Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas into the room. He'll be there until probably about 5 to the hour.
Right.
Right? So
Yeah.
12 to 1 Eastern time, but say 12 to 12:55 Eastern time. So how are you this morning?
The swings are killing me. You're gonna like this one. I sometimes go home with nothing. Like yesterday, the market didn't close the way I wanted it to, and I just cleared the boards. And I thought, I'll go shopping again tomorrow. One of those names that I had was a big, healthy chunk of DJT.
Oh,
this
dear.
morning, and I'm in bed, and Andy said DJT, and I said, "What?" I jumped out of bed and looked at that. No, I hate that.
Oh, so you got rid of it? Oh,
I got rid of it at the close yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, right at the
Left
close.
many dollars on the table.
Right.
Oh well.
Well, never fear. I'm sure it's going to fade again. So you'll probably.
That's what I told Andy. Yeah, but today it seems like it doesn't want to. They're
not yet,
with a pretty
anyway.
big company now, so it's like kind of finally they got some interesting news. But whatever.
Yeah.
There's other opportunities.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be here for an hour.
All right. Okay, Steve. We'll see you in about 55 minutes then, and yeah, we'll have a good little session. I tell everybody you're way more. Doesn't take much, but way more of a market mechanic than I am, because I'm not at all. When I say that, you talk about the overall market.
Oh yeah, the bigger stuff, right?
Yeah,
I don't talk
about that at all. Okay, Steve, I'll mute myself now in this room, and we'll see you in about less than an hour.
All right. Let me go over to the YouTube room here and check everybody. You caught DJT, get her done nice. I'm glad for you. That's awesome. I know some other people. I'm glad. Yeah. Hopefully you guys learned it from me and didn't talk yourself out of it, which I often do. I get too tricky sometimes trying to be artfully dodging. That's what Dan and Brad call me, the artful dodger. But I wrote Brad this morning and I said, well, the downside of being an artful dodger is waking up to this. So what are you going to do? All right. So here's what I'll check the comments and questions if anybody has any trade ideas, questions, but this is ominous. Okay. You guys know what I talk about all the time. We've been in a downtrend in the Qs. We had a nice gap up with the CPI numbers and whatnot, but now we've got a whole pinch play going on here with the S&P. This is why I use the 5-day moving average. There should be no doubt that there's a correlation happening here. Oops, I just got stopped out of something. Oh, apparently I had a stop in Kodak I wasn't aware of. Okay, well, good enough. I'll take it. Wasn't paying attention. That's okay. That's why I have stops in. I'm a Dodgers fan. No. I'm a Padres fan. I said the artful dodger is a term. I think it's from Oliver Twist. It's a character that was artfully dodging people, never got caught. And I'm constantly in and out of my account, 100% cash, back to 50. Last night I was 100% cash. I came in with nothing this morning. And after holding on to DJT for a long time, I didn't like the way it was rolling over and closing. I said, I'll just clear the decks. I bet I can buy DJT back lower. And that's the mentality I have, being an artful dodger. And so when you do that, you leave yourself exposed for missing out on good news. And that's what I was talking about, being an artful dodger. I like the Dodgers as players, some of them, a lot of them. I don't like the Dodgers as a team because I'm in San Diego and every year they just crush our dreams and hopes. Did I take my trade of the week, AHR? I did for a very small, brief period of time, and then the market spooked me out at some point. I took a small winner. It's been very sawtooth-like, hasn't it? Looks like it wants to give up a lot at the end of the day, but it's grinding itself higher. I chose this really just as kind of a defensive play with at the time, the market was looking weak again into the weekend, and this was just kind of holding up nice as a pullback, buying off the 50-day SMA rather than trying to buy a breakout. Trying to buy a breakout in this market is futile. Nothing really wants to follow through. So anyhow, glad that you guys participated. I will always be 100% candid with you. I could sit here and say, yeah, I'm buying a new car today with the money I made in DJT, but I won't do that. I like to sleep well at night. All right, so seeing some red here in these Qs. Again, this is just a huge pinch we've got going on here. There's the 5-day moving average, and there's the 10 SMA. Now we're getting a big pullback. And I'll watch my P&L pullback. Yeah, that's kind of what I did on that AHR. So we're getting a bit of a pullback here, rejection. And the SPYs look even worse. If we look at the SPY, they couldn't even get through their 5-day. They've been pretty much rejected, and they're giving back their 10 SMA. So, yeah, it's no fun. I tell you, this has been an extremely stressful market for me as a swing trader. The swings I've been watching, especially yesterday, monster day turned into pretty much almost a flat. It's these damn silver miners that have been getting me. They just won't break out, and they just won't follow silver. I don't know what to do to get them to go. Swings are so short. There's no follow through whatsoever. There's absolutely no follow through. Makes it extremely frustrating, and makes your chest kind of tight, and you just can't get follow through. You can't go short. You got to try and find longs. The market has had a way of just trying to grind people out midday, and then recovers. I'm really not enjoying the swings that I've been taking in a daily basis, up and down, green to red, red to green, green to red. It's kind of nerve-wracking. And okay. Okay. I don't know what to expect. I'm getting kicked in the nuts right here as we speak. I can't think much beyond this week. This has just been the daily grind for me. You're up all morning, and then just something happens and just kick the legs out from underneath you. Look at the sell here popping up on the sellers. Next month's going to be January. You always have to wait and see what does January hold. So goes January, so goes the year. Usually is the way it goes. Yeah. Nice swift kick in the nuts. All right, let me just look at what's hurting me over here. God dang it. You just can't turn your back in this market. On the way up, when the market was on the way up, boy, you could just hold a bid all day long. But now it's like when you've got green, you can turn your back and it's gone in a second. So everything's correlated again, huh? Are we going to sell off Bitcoin? Yeah, we're going to sell off Bitcoin. We're going to sell off gold. We're going to sell off stocks. Okay. I'm having a little, this is the webinar curse sometimes. I swear, Andy and I joke about this. I'm in Tesla. I haven't even had a chance to go through my stocks with you guys because the moment I signed on here, all hell broke loose. I expect Tesla to hold this pullback right there. My God. Stair steps up, elevator down. Absolute webinar curse. Okay. Good times. A lot of fun here. Okay. This is why I've been going to cash a lot. By the end of the day, I'm absolutely freaking exhausted. Okay. I call it the webinar curse because the minute I come on here, my positions go to shit.
What do I smell?
Is there a headline that's out there that I'm not aware of? Because this just got so ugly so fast. All right, guys, I'm going to have to oh, geez. I will give you the small cap market pulse so you don't have to create it. So I'm dropping the cloud link. That's the small cap market pulse. As you can see, it certainly does come in handy to kind of let you know what the heck's going on. We just hit a wall and everybody just gave up at once. Okay. Wow. Mm. Mm-mm. Let's see. I expect Tesla. Yeah, I expect Tesla to at least hold this 10 SMA right here. Hopefully. I've had a good amount of, yeah, see, this is the silver mining stocks. This is why they're so much fun to play. You've got to be kidding me. Wow. Okay. All right, what's going on in the silver land? This is kind of what I was fearing. I was going to talk about this, but I went ahead and just fell for it anyway, didn't I? I did. Okay. Hang on a second. Just lost something else. Okay. I'm going to have to put in some stops here, guys. Give me a second. This is just a bit much to handle. So I'm going to have to put in some stops, and then I can get to your questions. This is just a bit much. These are all the things that I'm in, and I'm just basically going through and saying, Uncle, I don't want to do this anymore. You guys got me. You guys got me. I don't know what lesson I'm supposed to learn. But you guys got me. Be right with you. This is not a lot of fun. Okay, let me count my positions, count my stops. I did not intend on doing this, but they suckered me in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just brutal. Just brutal. Oh, that's the one I forgot. Okay, last stop going in. This has been quite a turnaround for me. Always fun. Okay, stops are in. Just knock them over. Now I can focus. Okay, good times, everybody. Good times. This is a really, really difficult market. But what I've done is I've accepted the fact that I thought we might have a chance to go through here and really work off of the CPI numbers and maybe turn the market around and catch people off guard. But no, it's the same as it ever was. Every opportunity to follow through is squashed. It's like the sellers know something out there, and this is not a market to be complacent with. And I'm probably just going to get stopped out of things one by one here. Brutal. All right. The last 6 weeks have been like this for me, Tony, DJT. It's just, I've never seen such selling with the market not dropping. It's like the indexes kind of hover up, but the individual names, forget nano nukes, forget quants. Everything is absolute garbage from 6 weeks ago. It's just an absolute turnaround. It's just a sharp, stark turnaround. And I'm kind of mad at myself for suckering myself into it. What I was going to say about silver, it's had a really parabolic run. And at some point, the COMEX is going to screw with everybody. And they're going to change the rules on margin and holding and fractional reserves because it's just what they do. I'm just frustrated at myself for not sitting aside because this is a real storm of a market right now. And all I can do to protect myself is sit aside, but I didn't. I jumped in and I tried to make something happen, and it still might. I mean, that's why I use stops. Many times I've just said, screw it, get me out of everything. Looks like I'm still in FSM. Looks like I got stopped out of Tesla, Kodak, SYM. These tech stocks are garbage. They won't do anything. I just wanted to try and hitch my horse to silver today, but silver has that underlying overbought parabolic musical chairs feel to it. No, there's no irritation in that trade. I'm irritated at myself. I'm irritated at the market. I'm irritated at myself for kind of suckering myself in and thinking that maybe the CPI numbers, and again, I'll show you. And when I say webinar curse, it's not you guys. It's my job. I got to come in here and talk about stuff, but I'm also trying to trade a live account. So I'm not charging subscriptions for this. What were you talking about in that trade? Let's see what you were talking about. Hi, Steve. Nice to hear you having a fun day today. I just saw your comment, and it's funny. I can take that. It's no big deal. I'm mad at myself. You should hear what these guys do to me on the golf course. It's criminal. Been sitting in weeks and weeks. You got lucky with AFRM. AFRM. Yeah, let me talk again. I mean, I made good money yesterday in HYM and then gave some back at the close, but it was up a lot more than I was. And then I started watching some videos yesterday, and one video really struck me. And the guy said, don't forget what happened to the Hunt brothers in the 1970s. See, here I go, Barry, with my nostalgic history. They had the silver market cornered. And what happened? How did that thing end? It ended very easily. The exchange said, here's the new rules. Good luck, everybody. And they kicked the legs out from underneath the silver market. And everybody else that was riding along with the Hunt brothers, they got destroyed too. And that happened on a Thursday. And this video reminded me, coming into today, Thursday, that the COMEX has to give traders ample warning before a weekend of any rule or structural changes. And I thought, oh man, I bet there's a good chance they do that. Oh, you meant the money machine? Let me see. I guess I missed that comment. So you have a question, Net Trade Up. I didn't read the rest of it. I would like to inquire about the strategy you are employing in my market making activities. Well, I'm not using the money machine in your next question. I am using my own strategies of trading around my own universe of names, which is essentially, this list right here. All these names. This is my favorite universe of stocks. And so I'm constantly kind of like rotating in and out of them. But it really depends on what the market in general is doing. And that kind of, dictates what I'm doing. Now, silver and gold miners and silver miners opened up really strong today. And I was hoping maybe for some follow through, especially after this initial dip buy. Yeah, bull trap is the word, Pepe, without a doubt. I mean, I was hoping the NASDAQ, don't get me wrong, this market is it would be just like this market to pull back and then gear again and try again, but I'm not betting on it. What I was looking at was the NASDAQ. It was peaking above, and I thought if the NASDAQ can start reclaiming and trading above that 5-day moving average, it's going to drag everything higher. And I was wrong. Brothers, you made money. Wow, you've been around. I made money in 2011 in silver, trading SLV, and then also buying some silver. And then I actually cashed the silver in and sold it back. And same thing happened back then in 2011. They pulled the rug on the COMEX requirements. And it would be just like them to do that right now. So in the back of my mind, I was just a little scared that I might be overstaying my welcome in some of these silver miners. I went ahead and sold HYMC, even though I shouldn't have, but I sold it. I've kept FSM. I'm still in FSM. I'm still in CDE. But these yank downs are just ridiculous. You can't trade this. I don't know why I keep falling for it. Oh, and there you go, Bitcoin. Hey, let's talk about really what's going on here. We have institutions that I think want to get into Bitcoin and XRP. They drive the price up to get the retail in, and then they smash it down so they can buy it. And rinse, lather, repeat, especially in XRP. So, let me just see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's really dastardly, and I know this is what's happening. I know the institutions and the banks, they're trying to load their coffers with XRP and Bitcoin and some of the others, and the only way they can do it is to sucker retail in. They do it in stocks too, just like they did it today. Sucker retail in, sucker me in, hit the wall, and then just rug pull. And then at the bottom of the rug pull, they're down there buying more and more and more. And so the year 2025, the third and fourth quarter 25 has been nothing more than this action. Constant liquidity hunts, slowly driving out retail and slowly absorbing on the institutional side. I think tech and AI is done. I think people talk about the data centers were all oversubscribed, overbid, over budgeted. And that bloom just seems to have dropped off the rows of AI, data centers, quantum, all of that, nano nukes, power. I don't get it, but it is what it is. Tried to take a stab in this ABTC Bitcoin, American Bitcoin, but rug pulled on that one too. So whatever I've made yesterday, I've given back today. And it looks like we've got some more red ticks coming through. Yeah, we're going back to lows. So I anticipate getting stopped out of some of these things. And at least my downside's limited. And I have a bit more information that it doesn't matter if we have good CPI. It doesn't matter if we have other news and Micron and things like that. This market is still shit. Sellers are still lurking, still waiting for good news to fade out of and hit the bid. Wow. This is just unbelievable. And what am I doing? Get me out of this stuff. I swear. Market. Change from stop market. Get me out of that garbage. My God. What a mess. What an absolute mess. This is what I was telling Andy. Of course, the one time that I don't have DJT, it doesn't pull back. I was telling Andy, yes, CPI is going to goose this market. Probably just another reason for the sellers to fade into it. Deal has suckered me in. But more importantly, I think, if you've heard or talked to people, it's really, really bad out there. The job market, people are losing jobs. Some people are just one rent check away from being homeless. It's really bad. And I think that's what's draining the market, is the consumer is literally on life support. I think that's the only thing I can think of that is hammering the confidence of the shorts, hammering the market. Because it's been 6 solid weeks of nothing, but especially this last rollover here. This has just been the most egregious example of distribution. And distribution is what this is right here. Sucker the people, sucker Steve in, get him thinking and hoping that we get above that moving average, and then they lean on it, and then the bids just dry up and the rug pulls. Also keeping in mind watching day tomorrow. Oh, witching day. Yes, witching day tomorrow. Man, this has been one hard one. I'm not joking when I say this. You guys know I'm serious. I was 0.5% off my all-time highs yesterday coming into today. I thought, I'll just kind of turtle and go to cash, protect a little bit. And so what I'm getting at is I had to remind myself on my walk last night, because I watched big open profits just disappear. By the end of the day, the closed profits weren't much. But I reminded myself that, yeah, you were in new all-time high territory for a moment, but this has been the hardest market And somehow I've been able to be artfully dodging a lot of these rug pulls. And this one got me today in front of you guys, which is a bummer, but I've been usually able to avoid some of these. And so I'm happy. I'm no complaints that this has been a very difficult market, and I've been able to, grind myself back to all-time highs after being off. So I'm content with that. All right. Am I missing any questions? Is there anybody in here who needs trade idea support, listening to me rant about things? Selling off despite Donald Trump trying to pump it. That was an interesting play last night. If you see what happened, he wanted to tout what he inherited and how he's changing it and what his plans are and where he wants to go with it. But he needed the media to cover it. So he somehow they faked a leak that he was going to talk about war in Venezuela. And that makes everybody pay attention. And then he said, oh, well, I've got your attention. I'm going to tell you all the good things I've been doing. That was kind of funny. Yeah, talk is cheap. We need to see price action confirm that things are okay, and the price action is not confirming that things are okay. That's for certain. Do I think SLV? I'll be a short. I don't know. I'll tell you what. When they get this insane, the volatility, if you're going to do anything, do it with like 1/4, 1/3 size. You don't want to get stuck in this stuff. Jeez, I think I had my stop too tight. I didn't mean to get out of that one. Dang it. All right. I've pretty much made my bed for the day. I'm out of cash. I just got to sit with what I'm in left. Oh, well. That, maybe that pullback is going to be it. We'll see. Could you please share your short squeeze potential? Sure. Let me show you something about it too. So it's in tree map mode. If I turn off tree map mode, what you can do is you can see this is basically everything with a high short float. And you can, if you double click and sort by whatever you want, you can do so. And then you can turn the tree map on, and then you can kind of see this version. So everything on here is going to have a high short float. And this should work when the markets are, rallying, but you never know. There's always an interesting idea on here, and there's always a short squeeze that's happening on here. So it's a great scan that I just kind of keep handy in case I'm looking to go shopping. And here you go. There's the scan for that. The one stock that I didn't put a stop in is ANGX. This is that Angel Studio. They have a movie coming out this weekend. I think I'm going to stick around for Monday no matter what and see how the box office sales were. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, UAVS is absolute garbage. I thought I might try to bottom pick it today doing something silly, but it's actually working for the most part at the moment. But I'll just sit with what I have. But I'm definitely off lows, but I had to get rid of a few things that weren't working, and they were mostly the tech names like AVA, SYM. Yeah, the tech is just not working. My silver is trying to hang in there. That was a vicious pullback. Now, if this thing holds, then maybe that was the giant head fake I need to sit through to make it go. One can only hope. But your question, do you think silver might be a good short for a day or two? I wouldn't play around with it. We're going into the weekend as well. You lose all control of risk over the weekend. Yeah, I bought UAVS, pretty good price right here at, I think it was 88 cents, 87 something. I don't know. Let's see. 88. Yeah, .88. Right there. If it can break back up, I'll write it up. This thing has gotten the best of me. So you can see, I get kind of a pulse going with my high-low tickers too. These are the things I'm usually in. So if I see green, I'm happy. If I see nothing but red, I go quiet and start setting stops. I took good profit. I had a really good profit in HYMC. That's why I took it. I looked up and I said, what's the one green thing I can at least lock in? So I'm still in the gold miners, the silver miners, excuse me. I'm amazed they haven't caught up to silver yet. And a lot of leverage can really be played in the silver miners, in the miners, because their costs are fixed. And if the underlying metal starts ripping 10, 20, 30%, that's nothing but, pure profit for these guys. So as dicey as they are, I knew I was getting into something dicey. It's the greed in me that wants to participate if they break out, because I know how they can run, but they haven't done so yet. So I keep being drawn back to them and kind of chopped around. But I did make money in HYMC. I sold it yesterday and I bought it back this morning when I saw that first green candle. So I kind of rode most of that. This one is just a monster. All right. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Thanks for the reminder, Pepe, of witching day tomorrow. That's always something that's annoying. I'm still in ABTC. Didn't get stopped out of that one. It's going to follow Bitcoin. Boy, I'd like to catch it. Sometimes my ego gets the best of me. And I think if I could just catch the bottom in that, every time I look at that chart, I can just pat myself on the back. But that's really bad thinking. That has cost me a lot lately. All right, guys, I think I caught up to your questions. It'd be nice if UAVS could get back over $1. I wouldn't mind that. Definitely off my lows now. That helped, but I had to. So I sold a winner to lock something in, sold a couple losers, and I got prematurely stopped out of Tesla. I didn't set the stop correctly, dang it. I'm not really happy about that. It was about $1 off. So in doing so, raised cash for tomorrow, although I don't know how much I want to participate over the weekend, but I got a lot of cash for tomorrow, and I still got an opportunity for something to work today. Let's go with what I have left. I have left ANGX. I have left UAVS, which might be trying. I have left the silver miner CDE, which would be great if it went back to highs. The silver miner FSM I still have. And the Bitcoin miner ABTC. Those are my only positions. I got rid of about 5 positions when I came on live. And that's okay. Give these a chance to work. And then I've got a whole new set of ideas for tomorrow. Let's take a look. Yeah, what's MicroStrategy doing? Ooh, that is one ugly chart. Andy and I have also kind of maintained. I think that there's a group out there probably gunning for Michael Saylor. They'd have to have a lot of ammo behind them, though, to make Bitcoin do what they want it to do. But just, man, this guy's living on borrowed time with his Ponzi scheme. Looks like where Trump's going to settle in at $14. All right, whatever. I'll tell you what, though, silver turn. I don't think I would short silver. I certainly, going back to that question, it's just so volatile. Even on the long side, when they get this volatile, and I remember this from 2011, they can have vicious pullbacks. You know, I really don't have a soft spot in my heart for Michael Saylor. I think he's kind of a con man, but whatever. If this isn't his first rodeo, he destroyed MicroStrategy the first time when the market bubble burst in 2000. I think MicroStrategy was down 70% in 1 week. He was doing stupid fishy stuff back then too. Come on, CDE. Boy, if they can, you know, sometimes in hindsight, these vicious whips back are the go sign, a vicious shakeout before the run. We'll see. Like I said, I can only hope. Oops, what's FSM doing? I'd like to see this one bounce too. Make me feel better about selling HYMC because this thing will probably keep going. All right, I missed any questions here? No, you guys look good. Feel free to hit me up. I can look at charts too if you want. Ooh, getting a bounce in Bitcoin, getting a bounce in ANGX. Maybe I can get back to green after all. I think of all the positions I have, I'm the most confident about this one going into the weekend. I think there's a cultural shift happening out there, and I think this company might just reflect that. Simple as that. All right. Market is certainly about, yeah, I mean, and there's the old saying that what doesn't kill it just makes it stronger. So with such an obvious rejection at that 5-day, again, I used that opportunity to thin out of the things that weren't holding up as well as I wanted to. Vicious deep pullback, and the market knew that a lot of stops were residing below the gap probably. So this was a liquidity, could have been a liquidity hunt. We'll see in hindsight at the end of the day if we know if it was. But nothing but green now. And if the markets come back and take out what was prior resistance, well, then the topic shifts from bull trap to bear trap. Right here would be the bear trap as we broke down and had the liquidity hunt with no follow through. So we'll see how it develops. We still got some time here before I got to go. But if by the end of the day you see the NASDAQ and the SPY returning to the scene of the crime there and taking out those highs, I wouldn't be selling a share of anything I have long. And if you've got money to buy, maybe look for something that you were looking at buying. What do I think about cannabis stocks? I don't think I'm ever going to be interested in cannabis stocks. I don't think they'll ever have the margin, the profit margin that people expect. Now, sure, if they go from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, which would be a great move by Trump, that will also, I think that might allow the banking. The key is getting these companies to stop dealing in cash and get banks to start working with them as legitimate companies. That could be a legitimate catalyst to at least maybe goose them. But in the end, you've got a thing called the black market and people who grow it themselves and sell it to the, it's a hard business to make good money. And I know people that have tried to get into this business and it just grinds them down. There's no margin. Tech question. Yes. If I'm running the Alpha Money Machine on a Mac Parallels, it seems not stable running on Parallels. Do you have any reports of how the Alpha? I don't, but KJ, you can help us though. As a user, could you maybe email us and I'll type you the email and let us know what you're experiencing. send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. Maybe let us know like specifically what you're experiencing and if any screenshots can help. You know, they might be able to track something down, but you're really the first case I think I've heard of that. So that could help us, and it certainly wouldn't hurt. I don't use Bookmap, Doug. I don't use any sort of level 2 or Bookmap. It just actually kind of spoofs me and gets me in trouble. Look at these cues. They might even try while I'm watching. There is something that is going to be coming out for Trade Ideas maybe later next year. We're building kind of it's not a complete book, but it's like a comprehensive level one book, which shows you where all the current inside market players are, dark pools and all these. Because Jamie, who used to be with us, he started making a shit ton of money on his own doing this, and he's just trading on his own now. He watches about 6 or 7 very thick liquid names under $3, and he and his friend figured out a way to get price improvement using payment for order flow, smart markets, where they're making half pennies on big sizes all day long. They're like a human high frequency trader, and they use a tool that he showed Dan, and Dan loved it. And so Dan's probably going to incorporate it into Trade Ideas, but it's not a complete depth of book market going all the way down. It's going to be more like the top layer, the cream of the crop. You'll be able to see all the players, and Jamie needs that so he knows, who he's playing against. Try and make that half a cent. Apparently, that comes in real handy for him. All right, let's see what's going on here. I tell you what, again, if these cues blast through, I'm going to put a price alert right there. If this thing goes off, it's going to tell me we went from a bull trap to a bear trap. I really think that's a key inflection point here in this market, especially the way it's developing, with a good solid hour of grinding into that 5-day moving average. The rug pull, everybody gave up. I sold half my stock, kept half. And if we can blast through that half that I kept, probably get me back in the green. We do have that triple witching tomorrow, which means a lot of times if you're looking at a stock pattern and you're like, oh yeah, this thing's going to go, but you don't really realize it's being pinned at a pretty solid number there and probably won't do much on a triple witching Friday. What does the S&P look like under this 5-day? Yeah, see, the NASDAQ is where the strength is. It's like the tech wants to go much more than the S&P 500. Interesting. So this is good, UAVS, whoever was asking me about that. We have a closing candle above the decliner. And if we can start building a couple more closing candles above that, it could be a march back to $1. Normally, I don't play this kind of junk. Oh yeah, the Bull Bears team with Andrew Aziz. Yeah, they're good. I really like those guys. And they do the same thing. That makes perfect sense to me, Patrick. They are 1-minute chart players. They are waiting, and then pound the bid and get short. And they need that type of information to play in the time frame that they play in, which is super hyper fast. But those guys are good. If that's the method you want to play, I recommend them a lot. Yeah, level 2 is tough to use as a gauge. There's a lot of head fakes. Back in the day, we had level 2, and they were all fractions. So you'd have 30 and a teeny, 30 and a quarter, 30 and 3/16. Those were fun because, like when things got moving, you could send orders like a level or 2 above on the level 2, and swipe, and then the market makers would have to sell you the shares, and then they back away. You used to get some crazy moves, and we would use level 2 a lot more back in the day. And then the computers took over and everything changed. Once the computers took over, level 2 doesn't really have. Thank you, KJ. That'll help. Yeah. The computers made it a lot harder to use discernment in level 2. Now I've got like probably a 15% position in this ANGX. So when I say I get conviction in something, that means like 15%. And I didn't put a stop in that one either. I've been following Andrew. He likes to trade Tesla and NVIDIA pretty much first 30, 60 minutes. He has a great method. His group does. I like them. Back when you had to pay a monthly fee for level 2 and commissions were not free. Yeah. It was a different world back then. I'm probably going to regret accidentally stopping out of Tesla when I didn't mean to. However, that 490 level looks pretty tight. So I've got about 5 more minutes. I think, it's been an exciting hour, but it's developing, as we speak here. So, if we can kind of just hold this level a little bit, and then by the end of the day, somehow push above that 5-day moving average and close above it and keep moving, that's going to send a shiver down the bear's spine. If we get rejected a second time and go back to lows, it's going to send a shiver down my spine, and I'll probably be selling more stock. They're not affiliated with us. Just look up Bull Bear Traders, I think is the name. That trade, Bull Bear Traders. And they have their own little group. Oh, I forgot to look at the IWM, actually. The small caps. What are they looking like? They're looking the weakest of all. Okay. So the relative strength is mostly in the NASDAQ, trying to break through the ceiling. And so that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. That's where the leadership is today. I'm actually glad I got stopped out of that one. All right, guys, I'm not going to be here much longer, so if somebody had a question. Looks like I caught them all, I think. Unless I missed one, let me know. Okay, silver. Silver's just going to go sideways today, which it doesn't really help me much. Can't get any follow through on these things. Yep, that's what I'm going to be watching right there, watching those cues. Can I go over again how to make decisions on placing stops? Not always with Holly suggests. Okay, let's use Tesla as an example. Say Holly was long Tesla. I like to use a stop below the 10 SMA. However, the candle needs to close below. So, you could use a stop under these rising 10 SMAs, but be aware that it can sometimes jump down and back up. So, Barry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I forgot I was live.
I thought you were like introducing yourself.
No, well, I am, I guess, by a cough. But
yeah.
Steve, just before you go, I posted in our traders area in Slack the thing about the sectors. If I don't know if you click on, just so you understand what I'm talking about. So click on the doc channel bar, click on sector status.
It's down
Yeah, you
here.
probably you have to go show more. It's at the bottom.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so you see right beside the race, there's the sectors. You see the sectors.
Is this the one? Uh-huh.
I'm not looking at your scan.
Okay, yeah, I see. I got it. Yeah, what
Okay,
about it?
so you see how it's stuck at 340, 344 yesterday.
Okay.
At least mine is. And so what they've done, they've added a bunch of different symbols in there, which is fine. But if you right click in the scan itself and go to the time frame, it says use historical data is checked.
Mine says live always.
Really? Wonder
Yeah.
why mine says use historical data.
No, mine's checked on live always, and the time frames looked correct. They look correct.
Wow,
So it's
interesting.
only
Well, I
you.
don't know what to say
That is
because
weird.
mine 100%, and I've loaded it many times. Okay, well,
Odd.
then never mind. I have to figure out why for me it's the default was use historical data. All the other ones, like all the the energy staples, etc., they're all fine. But that one for me anyway was use historical data in the time frame.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a second. I'm going to. Before I go, I saw that you couldn't find them, but I just did a quick Google search, and this looks like the people. Just somebody was asking about those guys, and they're affiliates
okay.
of ours, and they're affiliates of ours. And I recommend them for shorting, but somebody was asking.
Okay, get out of here.
Okay, I gotta go.
It's
I'll see you guys
okay.
later.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Bye. I'll leave the studio.
Okay, give me one moment. Oops. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. One more thing to do, a couple more things to do. And that was at noon. So I left right at noon. Everything, we're talking about this, how it was sort of consolidating up in this area, the spy. And then all of a sudden from noon to what, 12:25, so 25 minutes. So what happened? What news hit to cause this downturn? It's coming back up. It looks like it. But there's the VWAP. Let's see if we can get above the VWAP and hold. And I'm talking about the SPY, of course. I see run showed up at 12:28, and and it was at 18:51. Not a bad move. That's on my this the gap scanner. The late. Normally we don't get too many late. Normally the gap happens right. It's first rate of the day, but normally in the first 30 minutes is when we get most of the alerts. But and certainly in the afternoon, not too many. But here's one at 12:28, 18:51. Before it pulled back at all, got up to 1887. Not bad. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Because Steve said that for him it wasn't. Maybe he didn't look. I like the fact they added more. More symbols to the sector list. The only problem is they don't. I would have liked to seen, but like I guess they thought it might be too cluttered if you could have the little. I asked him to. I don't know if you were listening in our YouTube. I asked him to, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't check it exactly as I wanted him to. And you're probably right, Pepe. I probably have to, I mean, even though I shouldn't have to, but I probably have to uninstall the production version and then and then, because I can't remember how to uninstall things. I, I remember when Julio used to be at Trade Ideas, he was always on my case about making sure you uninstall the previous version. But they since oh, okay, okay. So he didn't check what I was asking him to check. Okay. All right, guys. Steve is adamant that he checked that he looked, but I'm going to rely on you, Pepe. If you said you did a replay and he wasn't looking at the right one, what was he looking at? Do you know? Just off. Well, maybe a couple other people can do the same thing. Okay, I don't want to. I hope it's not just me or nor Pepe. So if you click on new and then dock channel bar, scroll down, and then click on sector status. Okay, and this has been changed. This is new today, as far as I know. It used to say spiders and it was spelled incorrectly, but they've added a lot more symbols in here. But for me, it is stuck on yesterday because it says if I right click on it and click on time frame, it has used historical data. Now I can change it here. Yes, I can. The problem is when I leave this channel and come back to it, it's not it's not saved. You cannot make changes within a channel and then leave the channel and then come back and expect the changes to be saved. The reason why is that what changes you might want may not. This is the channels are for everyone. So the fact you might want to make some changes does not necessarily mean everybody wants the same change. This is different. I mean, this should not be used historical data. It should say live always, like the rest of the all these other ones say live always. Ah, yeah. Well, you're right. Well, I don't have it now because I changed it, but he swears. Okay, Chris agrees with me, so that's so he's going to bring it up to the development guys. Okay. All right, guys. Well, you know what? Before I click on Tilray, I want to click on MSOS. Yeah. So you know what? MSOS actually got halted. Ah, okay. Thank you, Pepe. So MSOS actually got halted on the way down. Now it's down 6%. This is what I was always afraid of. This is such a finicky thing with your government saying, yes, we're going to legalize it. It's like halfway, 75% of the way. And then they come out the next day. No, we're not going to, or putting more, we're going to keep a lot of restrictions. And I say your government, I'm from Canada. So what does this say? Trump's marijuana executive order details leaked ahead of announcement, including CBT, CBD, and hemp provisions. So whatever that announcement is, I guess it's not what the industry wanted. I mean, that went from up about 8%, down 6% now. That's the cannabis ETF. So let's take a look at Tilray. Yeah, it's following the index. I mean, this seemed to have a lot more oomph in it than any of the other moves we've seen in the cannabis sector. A lot of times you see maybe one day pop because of something leaked, maybe not leaked, but the Senate is doing this or maybe doing that, or the House might be doing this or might be doing that. So you see a little pop, but never held. But in this case, you had 5 days, except now today, you've got the drop again. And this is halted now, still halted. And it just opened. It just opened. Wow. It just opened. Now there's a bounce. I mean, it got all the way down to 580 and it's bounced a bit. So I don't know if this is the hard and fast rule, but I mean, ETF halted after falling 6%. It's not the hard and fast rule, of course, just because the stock falls 6%. It's in the time frame that it does it. Like, how quickly did that happen? I don't know if that 6% is the magic number that has to happen, but and there's another one, GRWG. I have a feeling this BKV, which I had an alert probably up in this area, 26.95. It's moved about 60 cents, not a huge amount. Well, I have to say, I'm looking forward to next week. I'm probably, well, obviously Thursday is a holiday for Christmas, but probably taking Wednesday and Friday off. The room will be open. Will still open the room, and William will be right to the bitter end. But I won't. I hate trying to trade half days anyway. That's a half day on Wednesday. Well, that's nice to hear. Sell with Luis. You love the program, loving the program. So there's MS. Oh, it got halted again. MSOS just got halted again on the way down. So it did have a little pop, but got halted on the way down. What do I usually do on Boxing Day? Nothing. Usually, in the old days, when before stores have sales all year round. So Boxing Day is really not that much. I mean, you may get a few unbelievable items, perhaps, but it's not like before. I mean, you can always find sales all year round, so it's not like you only have two big sale like Boxing Day, and I guess in your country, Black Friday. But I mean, there's sales all year round. All companies, they just, unless you put sale in your in the window, nobody's going to go in. So anyway, do I do anything Boxing Day? No. I remember one Boxing Day, I decided I needed a camera, and I did line up in Best Buy, and I have to admit it was a madhouse, and the camera was not there anymore, but they gave me a voucher for it. I was amazed that anybody, I guess, unless you're a professional, well, you deem or you want to be looked at as a professional photographer or whatever, because I don't know who buys cameras anymore. All right, guys, let's see. What time is it now? 11:10, 11:10, 1:10. So go to my homepage again and let's go over the information you can find. So what scan are you using, Cell, with Louise? Is that a curiosity? Anything that you created yourself, or something you found, or something from me, or something from the channel bar? Is that a curiosity? I'm sure unusual, but I think for 99% of us, it's especially, I mean, the advances in with the cell phones and the picture quality. But I get it. I get it. If you're a true purist, I get it. I just think most people aren't. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, again, this is what you're going to find right at the very top. Now we will have a promo tomorrow. Okay, so I wouldn't, if you're thinking about taking out a subscription, wait till tomorrow, because you'll be able to get 25% off. Okay, but I will just go over this. Um, okay, so but wait till tomorrow. You'll be able to get 25% off instead of 15, and that'll be off both monthly and the annual plans, and both for premium and standard. And again, 25% will be first month only if you take out a monthly plan. First month only. If you take out an annual plan, of course, it's 25% for the year. So wait till tomorrow. Okay. Scroll down, scroll down, and get it. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So I don't know if Steve talked about the trade of the week this week. I think it was HAHT. Steve, who was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can sign up for it here. If you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, check your spam folder. And also, if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do, the education section, click on the more info. Very first thing, mandatory, getting started with trade ideas. It's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it will give you, a solid background of what we can do, how you can create an alert window, a top list window, things like that. Okay. And there are 12 short videos. So you have to do that first. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, I would start off with that second video and go to the last video. That should give you an idea about whether or not, yeah, I think I might want to try this for at least a month. Right? For a month, if you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, series of free videos. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to see these. Back to basics, 15 videos, free. And last, if you are looking for my scans or my information, because they're not all scans technically, scroll down. Here they are, view scans, and they're not all scans technically. A scan is a real-time alert like this. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. So, Luis, when you say you're using the pre-market scanner, are you using from the channel, or are you using my pre-market actives up and down? What are you using? Also, what time zone are you in? Really makes a difference. The reason being is that I a lot of stocks that have moved in the pre-market when I look at them, they've already made the big moves. That's because I'm in the West Coast time zone. Okay, let me just quickly go through this, okay, Abdu, and I'll tell you. Excuse me. So I'm sharing two races: a large cap race, then a wide open race, very volatile race. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. This is the gap scanner is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. Here's the halts or zooms over here. And two other scans, the momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan. I don't have up and running, but they're here. You can take a look at them. So any questions about any one of these? So how much would it be? So of course it depends if you're going to go premium or standard. If have you ever had trade idea? Now, first of all, are you a subscriber right now? Abdu 250. Are you a subscriber right now? I would not start on an annual. Okay, to be honest, what you could do is you could take out a monthly, and if within a month you decide, yeah, I love it, and you could always take out an annual, and we'll honor the 25%. I would not start off with an annual plan if you don't know this product, okay? Because the refund is not great, to be honest. Once so I would you don't there's no reason to start off with an annual plan if you do not know this product. So I would start off with with a monthly, and I would probably start off with a monthly. They call it the blue bundle. I call it just the standard service. So you take 127 minus 25%, whatever that is. That'd be for the first month. And if again within a month, so let's say you did it tomorrow on the December 17th. If by say January 16th, you say, you know what, I love this program. I've got the money. I want the annual. And the reason for going annual, of course, is just because your per monthly cost will be less. Okay. So okay, but you still okay. I look. I don't want to talk you out of going annual, but Dan is not listening. The CEO is not listening. I don't think so. I don't want to talk you out of an annual the annual service, but there's no real big refund for it. But it's up to you. If you did want the annual, so 1068 minus 25%. Okay, 1068 minus 25%. So say approximately $750, approximately. That would be for the standard service. I mean, if you're looking for the other one, and it's 2136, the premium service minus the 25%. So I don't know if you want the premium service, you get access to the AI. That's the main reason why people want to have access to the premium service. But okay, and up at the top here, you're not a Mac user, right? You get people very upset. Now I understand that. I think on the other page though, it really tries to tell you if you're a Mac user, this is not for you unless you're prepared to. I'm not just talking to you, Abdu, but anybody listening to me. This is not a Mac program. Okay, now if you're willing to get Parallels or do Amazon Web Services or something like that, because in order to have the downloadable application, which is you taking full advantage of the product, you need to have either a PC or be willing to use an emulation program or AWS or Microsoft for the 360. Okay. If you've got a deep pocket, go ahead. take out an annual premium. 2136 minus 25%. I just say, I not you specifically, okay, but I see all the emails that come into the company, and I just astounded by, especially people who have had no trading experience at all, none, okay, no trading experience, and they take out a premium manual, no trading experience whatsoever, don't know our product at all, and then they wonder, well, how do I start this, and what am I looking at, and I'm just amazed. That's a lot of money to outlay when you have no trading experience. You shorted Alcoa. Interesting. I don't think I saw Alcoa anywhere. Yeah, so let me just quickly run over the difference between premium and standard, okay? So the main difference is this, okay? The AI. If you want to have access to the AI, we have the alerts come in. There's nothing for you to do, you have to set anything up. They just automatically come in. No alerts before 9:40. Okay, you see the first alert was at 9:40. You'll get nothing in the pre-market, no post. Just want to make sure you understand that. It's a pretty light day, only four today. I don't even know what the average is, but then how you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. I would absolutely have that re-entry price column up and running. That's one. That's the major difference. The other difference is if you're into back testing, if you create your own strategy, your own scan, and you want to back test it to say, okay, how well would this have done if I had taken every trade over the last 3 months that hit my scanner? And that's what the back tester can do. You can go back 3 months, and it'll show you, give you an equity curve. It'll show you whether or not it looked like a decent enough strategy. Back test is premium, yes. So that's another aspect. And then the other one, which may or may not matter to people, you can have 10 charts in our standard service and 20 in our premium. But yeah, back testing. So yeah, that's right. You are a back tester, aren't you? Unusual. I don't back test at all. I used to. I used to. It's kind of fun. If you have the time and the inclination, back testing is actually a lot of fun. But I don't have the time nor the inclination anymore. After I shut down every day, I'm whipped. So it's a it's a painstaking operation, back testing because you get something, you get an equity curve, and then you start making little changes. Okay, what if I change the price range that I'm looking at, or what if I change the volume, or just you have to fiddle around, but it can be fun if you've got the time. It's a lot. It's a lot of fun. Well, you should be able to do it with your custom formulas. Unusual. I'm wandering away from my computer. How's the sound? I'm like about 10 feet away. How's the sound? Just out of curiosity. A little bit 10 feet away. Okay. Well, if MSOX was a beautiful dip buy for you, how was the MSOS? Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I mean, always you're very good at finding bottoms. I know you're using probably Bollinger Bands and all that. But yeah, I mean 547 up to six. That's a great bounce. Great bounce. Now, is it short lived? Probably. Yeah, we give people 10 free looks at the back tester in our standard service. It's really not that much. I mean, I shouldn't, well, not really. At least it tells you how it works. You know what? I have some time, so why not? Um, Let me break one of these out just, just for fun. So this is a short strategy. This is how it kind of works. If I right click on it, the back test, start, because it won't start until at least 9:45 anyway, but it doesn't matter. I had here. It won't start until 9:45. I'm not going to end it there. You see, this is the trick. I mean, how long you're going to hold it, things like that. And here's where you can get very. But let's just say till noon. Okay, I want to get out of the trade at noon. But that's the now. I'm going to simulate the buy. So what it's going to do, it's going to run through every single trade over the last 90 days. Or well, I don't know. I might not have put the time period. Not bad. Not bad. This is the equity curve. Okay, and let me go back. See, I haven't used this for so long. Give me a moment. What? Have they changed this, have they? I'm just looking to see. Was it here? Here's how you can practice swing trading. Okay, if you held it, so you could get rid of it at market open or close. Certain days afterwards. Well, anyway, I'm going to back to it again. So we're going to see the same equity curve. So what this is telling me that at a total of 183 trades, I can't see what the duration was though. But anyway, 183 trades, 53% were winners. Okay, this is the equity curve. So if you put what was it, starting with $50,000. Okay, share size 100. I mean, this is where you can really start to fiddle around. But here's where you get into the sort of the craziness of it, the optimization. So here are my time frames, or my price ranges. You could see maybe a range of prices that would really stand out, or a range of prices that will stand out either on the negative side or the positive side. So you might look at just for from between 0 and $20. This could have been all red, and then after that, everything was nice and green. So you could say, you know what? Obviously, in this strategy, wouldn't be good to take stocks between 0 and 20. Um, the time of day, though, could be very, right, from 9:45 to 10 o'clock. You can see that that was the time to do this trade, and you had how many trades? 89 trades. That's over, I want to say 3 months. I couldn't see how I could. So you can see right off the bat that if you were going to use this type of a strategy, you would want to get out after 15 minutes. According to this, everything else is sort of iffy. But you can get into very hairy optimization. Um, with the other filters, you see all the other filters that we've got that you can, and that's what the AI does. The AI takes a strategy, a pre-designed strategy, runs through it and sees, and then starts to make little changes here and there, and see if it can optimize it to a point where it makes sense to have it as one of the ones for the following day to look at. But I mean, that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, so the time to do this one would have been in the first 15 minutes. Actually, decent information. And that's the short. So let me just do this. See if I'm going to do this right. Yeah, it's the same. You see the total trades 89. And if I look at the now, you don't want to get so crazy, but well, okay, between 944 or 946 and 947, that was the best day. So that's what I'm going to do. You don't want to get so crazy, but you can break it down into little chunks, I guess. But you see here, the most profitable 956 and 957. Again, you don't want to go crazy and say, well, that's what I'm going to trade. 956 and 957, because that gave me the biggest bang right there. Anyway, that's what the backtester was all about, and that's part of our premium service. Well, oh, sorry. Okay, I'm saying yes, you can, Abdu. Now, this is what I would. Okay, I would put your. Okay, it's up to you, but if you go to tools, oh, so you don't have trade ideas right now, but the answer is yes. Okay, tools, options. Okay, time zone, time options, and you said in Saudi Arabia. We might even have Saudi here, but whatever that time zone is, it's +3. Okay, it's +3, minus, minus. There we go. Okay, so Amman, Baghdad, etc. Okay, +3. So yes, you can. Because we don't have Saudi. Well, I guess we have the cities more than the country. Okay, so yes, you can do that. Okay, so the answer is yes. I think because you don't have the product, you don't have it yet. So, but yes, the answer is yes. So, Afizi, well, if you click on the heart, that actually creates the watch list for you with your like stocks. Or do you know that? Do you know what I'm talking about? When you click on the heart, it goes into that watch list called my like stocks. So when you say how to create it, it is actually created for you. If you, I'll use this alert window. If I right click and click on configure and then click on symbol list, okay. Oh no. You guys having that problem now? This is the old production version, Pepe. Oh, okay, at least I could add it. Anyway, my like should be at the top somewhere. No, no, my like. I mean it, and so it'll show up in this column here. Yeah, this is the problem we had. So if I click on my liked or my personal, whatever it's called, but obviously you know about it, then that goes right into that symbol list called my liked, and then you just attach that. Okay, imagine that was my liked, okay, and then all symbols, you would just go only the following list and check it. So from wherever you started, how you want to monitor it, you're at an alert window or a top list window, however you want to monitor that list. You start off with the top list or the alert window, however you want to monitor it. And then you go through the procedure of the simple list, only the following list, check it, and then it gets attached to that top list or the alert window, however you want to monitor your like stocks. Now, the other way in theory, but it's a little more cluttered, but if you go to new on the toolbar and click on dock channel bar, I think we actually have a channel still of my liked or something. My stocks I like, okay, stocks I like. So you could actually go there and you'll see in various ways of presenting it. So here's the top list of my like symbols. I guess I must have clicked on these here. I don't use it. I don't use my liked anymore. But if you went to the channel, you would see in different ways to present it. But again, to me, it's a little cluttered. I would start off with a top list or an alert window, how you want to monitor your top your like stocks, and then attach it to that top list or alert window. Meanwhile, DJT, yeah, there's the MSOS, sorry. MSOS. So yeah, it sort of bounced, but it's looks like it's trying to fade a little bit again. You know how to do that though, right? How to attach, how to create your top list or alert window and then attach it to it. If you don't, please just let me know because I'm assuming you know how to create a top list or an alert window. Okay, so that's how you want to monitor it. Okay, if you've created a top list window, and then within so within your my like, you want to see the stocks that are near the high of the day or near the low of the day, or have moved up the most percentage wise, things like that. Because remember, on a top list window, any column you have, you can sort on it. Okay, so as long as you have the column, so if I want to sort on the change from the open, this one, even though it's down for the day, MGRT, but it's moved the most from its opening trade of the day, 28%. Okay, so you can, yeah. What has moved the most in 5 minutes? The warrant for DJT, evidently, 14.6.7% in 5 minutes. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on any column header you've got. And in order to add a column header to your top list window, you don't know how to do it, is you just right click and go to configure. Then if you wanted to search, you said, wow, I want to do the position in days range. So you start typing in position and position in days range right here, position in range, show the column. Okay, so whatever filter you want, you can just, you want to search for it in the search box, you find it, and then show the column. So now I can also sort on the position in days range. So now I can see the stocks that are up, like right near the high of the day. Okay, that's what that is doing. And so GAUZ is right at the high of the day. You can see it right there. It's right at the high of the day. You see a little sliver of white here. That means it's not quite at the high of the day. And the bigger the white. Now you can also do it the other way. This is to sort on the column header. You double left click rapidly. Okay. You can sort it both ways. So these are the stocks that are, this is not at the low of the day, but if that red bar was right over to the right here, that would mean a stock is right at the low of the day. So again, you just double left click quickly and then you can sort on any column you got. And I have that sorted on the change in 5 minutes. So that makes sense? To add a column or to add the symbol, your liked to a top list, or both? See, the same thing with the multi-strategy window or an alert window. These are just columns that I've got here. I could add different columns. I could add other columns if I want. Okay. Well, you're not adding your like to a watch list. Okay. You're not adding your, when you click on a heart, okay, that's basically then when you click on a heart, it automatically goes to your my liked watch list. So let's say you click on DJT and you go, you know what? Well, it's already hearted. I can see it's already hearted. So let me click on something else, the heart, the HUT. So you see, it's there's no heart. Well, there's a heart, but it's not. I haven't clicked on it, or it's grayed out. So if I click on it now, now it'll be added to your my liked watch list. Okay, you're not adding my like to a watch list. My like is the name of the watch list. That makes sense. It's automatically created for you. The only thing is that you might have to bring it over if you've not done it before. And by bringing it over, meaning if you right click, configure, and then and the symbol list, there, my like, okay, my like personal. That's what it would be called. Now I've got a lot of yeah. These are not, yeah. This is because I'm on some weird reduction version. But at any rate, you'll probably see it right at the very top. Okay. But if you click on my like personal, left click on it, it moves over into this column. So once it's over here, then you just check it. This is a drop down, all symbols, only the following list, and check it. And so if you start that exercise with that top list that you say you created, then you just make sure you add the existing list, click on my liked, move it over, and then check it. Well, multi-strategy window. So you can do that. If you have a multi-strategy window, you could add that symbol list. You could, you see what I did. This is a multi-strategy window. Okay. Now you right click on it also, and then you hover, sorry, configure all. See where it says configure all? You click on configure all, and assuming you've got them all checked, if you have them all checked, if that's, I'm pretty sure that's what you want. It says edit the selected. Selected means the one you have checked. So you edit the selected, and then you see where it says symbol list. So now you can, check the my liked or apply changes to all strategies, I guess, and check my liked. Okay. You go up here, apply changes to all strategies, check the my liked. Before that, though, you've also chosen only the following lists. Okay. So I can do that again. Okay. It might have been too fast. So in your multi-strategy window, assuming you want to configure all of them, most of them probably all be checked. Edit the selected, click on the symbol list, and then apply changes to all the strategies. Well, okay, apply changes to all the strategies. And then here's the little drop down, all symbols. So you don't want to do that. You want to only the following lists and then check them. So you can see you can have a bunch of lists if you want it. It's not just relegated to just one list. And the other thing is that you can use this. You can use your symbol list on as many different top lists and alert windows as you want. It's not like once you attach it to a top list, that's the only way you can use it. If that makes sense. So if I had an alert window and a multi-strategy window and a top list, and I wanted to attach my like symbol list, watch list to all three of them, you can do that. You're not, you're not limited. That's the word I wanted. You're not limited just to one at a time. And thanks for the questions. I mean, I like answering if I can. If I can answer them, I'll do my best. If I can't, sometimes one of the other traders might have an idea. One of the traders that trade ideas. Wow, are you kidding me? FJet got up to 17. Yeah, pretty good volume now. IPO today, and pretty successful. It's a bizarre one though. IPO price at 359 a share. Why 359 a share? Like why not 260? Why not three? Why not four? But why 359? So it looks like around a little over 10 million, and they've raised 40 million. And if it's at 359, so a little over 10 million shares, I guess. Okay, first space company to transition from a Regulation A Tier 2 offering to listing onto, why does it say Amex? Or Amex is, what is Amex a subset? I should know this, but yeah, rarely do we see any Amex stocks. Yeah, why not 420? Exactly. Well, you saw what it said. It said uplisting to New York. Hey, well, I'm going to take Christmas Eve and Christmas and December and Boxing Day off anyway. So spread on this one, 1720, 1738. Right now, not terrible. I mean, for a stock that is so active, not terrible. So William, I will keep the room, or at least I'll keep my screen up, but I am going to reload a layout. Okay? Not a layout, but I'm going to try to get to the bottom of this and probably have to uninstall a previous layout. The layout I'm not the one well, the one I'm using right now. Uninstall it so it doesn't keep loading, even though I do load a development layout. The reason I want it because you see that FX there. I mean, it should have the. I'm surprised nobody's asked me about the trig wave. All right, guys, 151. So again, I'll always hang around for questions, but if no questions, I'll probably be starting to make the move at around 2 o'clock. Move meaning getting out of the room. I have to shut down YouTube. Okay, if I do leave, I have to shut down YouTube completely. So for those of you in YouTube, the main room will still be open until William says around 3:50 ish. Ah, yeah, you know what? The my liked is the only one that you cannot use that to edit the symbol list. You would look at that. Now, okay, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It's the only one that you cannot use the edit symbol list. Now, what you can do, it won't be as quick, but if you saw something that you didn't like, you just unheart it. So if you had something hearted, just unheart it, and it'll move from my liked. Okay. It's the only you would pick that one. That's the only one you cannot use. Now I know I think Pepe will probably say I know he'll say there's somewhere in the account management page where you can kind of go in and edit that particular symbol list. All other symbol lists though, yeah, I mean, so here are my symbol lists, okay? So my liked, I wonder why, but even yeah, view only mode. You see, view only mode. So I even though I could do all this and delete everything, I don't know why they're all in here. But every other symbol list, China Berry, okay? I can go in here and delete what I want, add what I want, and say okay. The only one you cannot do that in here is my like. Notice it says view only mode. But your symbol list looks like it's empty. So why don't you start hearting some things that you want? But then you get disconnected from that. Then you get disconnected from the app, right? Okay, so you can go in. Need to log in. Ah, man, I have two accounts, and that's so you're saying here is where you can go to the or market scope. Okay, just give me a moment. Boy, this is so bad. My whatever I have linked, it's not working anymore. Oh, that's why it says R Hodge. Jeez. Oh my goodness. R Hodge, he's one of the developers. How I used to do it, though, the reason why I would want to get something out. No, no, you're not using delayed data here. We're talking about on market scope. Okay. When I leave, I'm going to get back into market scope, and I'm going to because there's a way I can log in with another. I do have two versions of Trade Ideas or two. I'm going to log into it that way. What I used to do anyway, the reason why I would want to get rid of something is when I see the chart, yeah, I don't want it anymore. So, there's the heart, and I would just click on the heart so it's unchecked. The problem is sometimes it would take a bit for it to leave your personal, the my liked. Wasn't like most symbol lists. If you do that, and not the heart, but if you go and edit and you delete a symbol in a symbol list, usually in about, only a minute? Okay, that's not bad. If it's only a minute. I think in the traditional symbol list, it might be about 30 seconds. So if it's only a minute, that's not the worst thing. Just and the reason why you would wanna unheart it usually is because you don't like it anymore. So you've got it heart, "No, I don't like it anymore," so you unheart it. What a short that was. Speaking of, typically not using symbol lists anymore, but typically the way I was using symbol lists, I wasn't using the my heart so much, but I would, if you want like a different set of symbols every single day, for instance, maybe you're doing your pre-market work and you see the symbols. Okay, I want to follow these ones. They could be different every day. Well, then what I would do is just create a watch list, a symbol list with, create a brand new one, call it, my daily list or whatever, however you want to call it. And then it's simple to go up here, tools, symbol list, and go into it. So this is what I'm saying. So imagine this was a list that I wanted. It could be different symbols every single day. So I would just go through this, and I would highlight them all, delete them, and then paste the new ones in, and then I'm ready to go. So I'm not using my liked. I used to have. I used to do something that. Oops. First 2 minutes. I used to have a top list that I would run for the first 2 minutes and take the top ones. I would freeze it after 2 minutes and then copy those into the symbol list and follow those ones all day long. Things like that. So what do I mean by that? So I'd have a top list, and then at 9:32, I would freeze it. And then I would take this list and copy it into that list, into the list that I want to use every day. It's going to be probably different symbols every single day. Well, only, okay, not only the heart, okay? Now, then that automatically gets loaded to your My Light. You could do this. It's a couple of extra steps, but you could do this though. Let's say you wanted this one in gauze, okay, for whatever reason. So if you right click on it, notice it says send gauze to symbol list. You just hover over and the box will pop up. So it's not that big a deal. You know, send to, this box pops up. You just hover down, another box pops up, and you pick the symbol list you want it to go into. Okay, so it's not quite just clicking but almost. You know, so I've clicked on this, right click, send. Now these boxes just pop up. They're not even clicking. They just pop up. You scroll down, pop up, and then pick the list you want. So it, you know, a couple seconds, take you a couple seconds to add it to the list, whatever symbol list you want it added to. Did that make sense? Right click, and then you're not clicking on any of this. You're just, oops, send. You're not clicking on anything. You're just highlighting, and boxes pop up. I'm not clicking yet, and then I'm not even clicking yet until I find what. No, more than likely, if you have not made a lot of symbol lists, you'll see it immediately. It could be the only one. Does that make sense? Zillow? Hmm. Things are shaking here. I don't know if you can see it. It's sort of shimmering. I don't know if you guys can see that. And it's moving. Oh man, I want to get onto the development version. Now it's doing this. You know, somebody used to tell me that this would happen. It's like it's surfing through here. Let me out of here. So, guys, I'm going to take off. Okay. Thanks for. And I will have my layout up and running after I load the development version. Get rid of this production version. Load the development version. So it will go blank, but I will have it back. So, as always, thanks for all the help all day long. Obi will open the main room open at about 6:45 Eastern time. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. I have to shut YouTube down now. I put the my homepage link in, so if you click on it and you still want to be actively talking, or at least seeing what other people are talking about, you just click on the trading room. Okay, this is for people in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself now.